Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
At Ashton & Price over the last 25 years, we've won just about every injury case you can think of. Slip and fall, falling merchandise, fell through rotted decking, we won those. Dangerous stairs, falls into holes, dog bites, won them. Injured while pedestrian or on a bicycle, auto, motorcycle, big rig, company vehicle, Uber, or Lyft accident, we've won them all. And the best news is there's no fee until you win. So no matter how you got injured,
remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Hey, sports fans, it's JaVale McGee here. Are you ready for the event of the summer? It's the Jug Life Charity Softball Game hosted at Sutter Health Park on Saturday, June 15th. Join me and all my celebrity friends for the #1 event of the summer as our incredible community comes together for a cause that counts. The Jug Life Charity Softball Game isn't just about softball. It's about giving back. All proceeds go to the water education programs and providing clean water to communities in need. Thanks to your support, our team with Jug Life is making a real difference, bringing hope and health to those who need it the most. Bring your family and friends for a day you won't forget. Cheer on your favorite stars as they hit it out the park for a great cause. Come celebrate Father's Day weekend at the Jug Life Charity Softball Game that's happening on Saturday, June 15th. Don't miss out. Get your tickets now at juglifewater.com. That's juglifewater.com. Join us, have fun, and make a difference. Jug Life. Drink water, give water, save water.
Capital Casino has been serving the greater Sacramento area in the same convenient downtown location for over 20 years, with plenty of close-by, well-lit parking monitored by security staff and offering the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Best food, best service, and the best action. That's Capital Casino. For more information on tournaments and gaming, check out their website at capital-casino.com. And please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sponsored by Xfinity. Enjoy the entertainment you love with the Xfinity Stream app. Turn any screen into a TV and take the entertainment you love wherever you go. Xfinity. We connect you to more of what you love.
Sactown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sactown Sports and subscribe.
Joined by Whitey Gleason. A couple more minutes with you before we hand it on over to the Drive guys. We have a great show planned for you. Whitey was telling me all about it during the break. Whitey,
I didn't tell him anything. He didn't ask and I didn't say nothing.
This might be the one time, Whitey, you actually are on my side when it comes to a conversation between Chris and I. Chris was kind of hating on baseball ballparks compared to, I guess, other sporting structures. And it started about Oracle and how Oracle was nice, but didn't really knock his socks off. And then we ended up talking about Intuit Dome and really, well, what do you expect to get from a ballpark? What are your thoughts on, I don't know if underrated would be or overrated would be what Chris was calling Oracle, but he was getting dangerously close.
Yeah. Chris, your thoughts? I don't want to, Chris is my guy. I don't want to, you were my guy before Chris was my guy.
Yes,
very true. This is very difficult for me,
but
I want to give Chris his say.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I just pretty much said that, the backdrop is beautiful. I think, obviously you got the bay and you got the bridge back there, and I think the Coke can is cool. I think the glove is awesome, but, it's just, the way, the reverence in which Oracle Park is spoken about with, I just kind of think it's cool. It's a nice environment, but is it technology wise blowing my socks off? Definitely not. Is the concourse beautiful? No, it's just kind of your typical concrete tunnel. The food places are great, but I don't really think it's, I walk into Chase Center and I say, wow, this place looks like it's worth multiple billions of dollars and millions of dollars.
Wow.
I walk into Oracle and I'm not saying that, again, the view is fantastic and all the stuff is great, but I just don't necessarily, it doesn't scream state-of-the-art, wow, this is just beautiful Taj Mahal, wonder of the world kind of appearance.
To me,
and I use Petco as an example of something I would say. Really? I would say Petco to me is a cooler ballpark than AT&T or than just in terms of all the amenities they have. And then, the caller called in and, mentioned that, you can do the gas lamp district and all that after. They have the center field picnic area and all that stuff. Left field has that brick building. That's really awesome.
Western Metal Supply Company.
Is that what it is? There you go. So, that's kind of the gist of it.
I think Petco's beautiful. To me, Oracle is a better park just because of setting on the water. It's personal preference. Also, because I'm old enough to remember, Candlestick.
Right.
I will always have a special appreciation for Oracle because of where the Giants used to play. That place was miserable.
Sure.
It's like, oh my goodness, San Francisco built this place for baseball when so many times it looked like they'd be leaving. But that's neither here nor there to what you're saying. I think Oracle's beautiful, and I'm not, like Mr. Orange and Black or anything like that.
Definitely not. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Got this one.
I mean,
that's his opinion. Sure. I mean, that's
it's the way he said.
I hear SoFi is like I hear SoFi Stadium is one of those knock your socks off kind of places where you go in and you're like, wow, this, the Oculus screen and all that, even the architecture.
But baseball
is
doesn't
supposed to be
do
crazy.
that. Baseball doesn't tell them why.
But that's where I'm saying that's a baseball problem. Like if you want, to me in the future, like 20 years from now, I think it's going to be cool. Again, the backdrop is nice, but in terms of the actual, what is the stadium bringing in terms of amenities? I don't know. I'm just kind of left underwhelmed.
You been to Levi's?
Yes, very soulless, incredibly soulless. And I would not say Levi's is any sort of model for how you should build anything.
But then I get confused because he also wasn't high on Allegiant.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice. It's very, very pretty. And again, especially kind of like Whitey said, like when you take what they were in previously versus what they're in now, and I'm not saying Allegiant isn't state of the art.
It's got a club.
I will also say I was my back was to the Al Davis torch. So maybe like that's kind of the big, huge thing to look at. And I didn't get a chance to look at it for the entire game. So just kind of the viewpoint that I had was definitely new. It was absolutely beautiful, but it wasn't, again, like incredible. It was really, really cool, but I kind of feel like maybe it's because basketball arenas can be smaller spaced and a little more intimate. Maybe you can, throw in some of those nicer, flashier, fancier stuff, but I don't know. I just kind of don't feel wow, this is absolutely
Golden One
incredible.
is incredible. It's funny you mentioned Petco. I remember going to Petco in 2010 or whatever, and I would look around and say, this is the type of thing that Sacramento we just can't do.
Yeah.
And they did it.
Yeah. No, exactly. And Golden One Center, I mean, to me, when you were laying out, old versus what it is now, it's like that is the shining. I mean, Arco it's the old barn. It's terrible. Rafters, things were falling from the rafters by the time we got out of there. And then, you walk into Golden One and I still think Golden One is nicer than Chase Center. I will die on that hill.
Yeah. You have no idea. On the last game at the old Arco, people were running out. The roof was falling. It was like Indiana Jones. We barely made it out.
The roof was falling.
It's like 20 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Can we make it?
Right.
Yes,
we were running out.
Wow.
I'm not sure everybody made it.
Yeah, and now, as we all get older, the stories, it's just like the fisherman stories.
Of course.
It's just going to get worse. Chris is
Yeah.
going to be telling his kids, no, seriously.
I ripped the seat up and took it with me as I left. Yeah.
There was a rope and everyone was pulling the rope.
Yeah.
to get out of there. Whitey, we brought up someone, and we want to get your thoughts on the game tonight, but we brought up someone earlier in the show, our mystery target, and we're trying to stay away from the Brandon Ingrams, the Kyle. We're trying, and then as soon as we do, somebody calls in and texts in, and then after that, someone says, all you guys do is talk about Kyle Kuzma after we try to get away
You're
from
not
it.
getting Lori Marketing, but go ahead.
No, that was a couple days ago. Yes, and that was a great interview by you guys as well, but the name was one Obi Toppin. And curious your thoughts on Obi Toppin's fit. He's a restricted free agent. If that price is right, do you think he could be someone to maybe iron sharpens iron, push Trey Lyles a little bit, spread the floor?
He's an upgrade. You're looking for upgrades. I know Jerry loves
over
him.
who?
Really?
Well, if you have him on your roster, you're more talented.
Jerry loves him.
Yeah.
Me and Jerry, we kind of know ball.
It's been going back a ways earlier in the season. And by the way, Jerry's going to come on today and talk about things about Jerry West. So
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
awesome. Jerry
Yes.
on Jerry. Love
But
that.
yeah, Obi Toppin, yeah, he's not that upper tier guy, but he makes you better. Whatever makes you better right now.
Right. And I think that's where we were kind of going with this, because we know the big names. If the Kings don't get any of the big names, the timing might work out where the Kings and other teams that didn't get the big names, now they go to that tier 2, and now the price on the tier 2 goes up. So this is why Monty McNair, this is why they get paid the big bucks, trying to figure out how that balance works. And last but not least, Whitey, your thoughts on the game tonight, Celtics Mavs. Is this the game where Kyrie Irving and Luka's been balling, but where Kyrie Irving explodes and they stay away from the sweep and keep this thing enticing for we saw the first game had terrible viewership. The second game had the most game 2 viewership since, what was it, 2019 or something like that. So do they keep this entertaining, the Mavs tonight, or do the Celtics just flex their muscle and this one's over?
Did you know, I'm not kidding, the first game was up against the XFL or the UFL, and UFL had like 1 million viewers.
No.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. And that's not great. 1 million's not great, but they held pretty steady against an NBA playoff game.
It's good. It's good ball.
Finals game at that.
It's good ball.
It's ball. Wade Phillips is there.
I don't think it's just a matter of, Dallas hasn't been playing well. I think Boston has dominated
Other
them
levels.
and shoved them out of their game plan at just about all facets of it. But without Porzingis tonight, and I don't know, maybe he plays. Hard for me to imagine based on the way he was hobbling after tearing his whatever he tore. Hard
You want
for me
to try and
imagine
pronounce that? Because we tried.
Reticulum, I forget what it is. His medial collateral
Tibialis.
reticulum borealis.
Yes.
Yeah.
Borealis. Isn't that in Tahoe?
If he's not able to be playing well, then I think that opens up the door now to Dallas to get right back in it.
There you go. And I think, we love the NBA. I think the NBA needs it, to be honest. I don't think the NBA wants to see Dallas go down 3-0, because then it's just a matter then people like us will still watch, but the casuals, there's just no point at that point in time. But there is a point to hang around, because the Drive Guys are up next with Whitey, Gleason, and Kyle Draper, and of course Jay Johnson on the 1s and 2s. Thank you for listening to Styles and Watkins. Thank you to Nate. Thank you to Brad from SF Niners. Thank you to all the callers, texters, and the Sack Chatters. Until tomorrow, secure the bag, light the beam.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sactown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Fox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
My good friends, Dr. Jack Friedlander and Dr. Pash in Roseville and in San Francisco are offering not only confidence, not only security, but also the ability, if you ain't insecure, to go from the roster to the all-star team. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about upsizematters.com. Time after time, vote after vote, circumference, or as we call it, girth, is consistently ranked as the most important attribute. And Dr. Jack and Dr. Pash can give you a free consultation. The procedure can be done on the same day as your consultation with immediate results. It's non-surgical. It's virtually pain-free, safe, effective, long-lasting, semi-permanent, and doctor-performed. For more information, go to upsizematters.com. Go to upsizematters.com. Make that change. Make the all-star team. Get your girth on.
Jerry and Kenny here. When you call Bell Brothers for an AC tune-up, repair, or replacement, let me tell you what you can expect. Clean.
Our technicians will show up in a company truck that's clean inside and out. They'll be wearing a clean uniform and ring your doorbell with clean hands.
The technician will be clean cut, background checked, drug tested, and trustworthy to enter your home. They'll put on clean shoe covers and put down drop cloths in all work areas. That's right, to make sure your home stays clean.
And when the work is complete, they'll tidy up and leave the work area cleaner than they found it.
Call us neat freaks. Call us spick and span. Call us tidy, pristine, and immaculate.
But whatever you do, call Bell Brothers for an AC tune-up and repairs, because with us, you can count on it being clean. Call us at 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening, Chad, for Chrysler's Make This the Summer event?
If you need a new Ram, Hoblet has it, and now with even more savings. Right now, you can save up to $14,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram 1500 Hemi 4x4 crew cabs. That means you can get a new 2024 Ram 1500 started at only $36,995.
Okay, so you have Ram trucks, but how do I know you have the one I want?
We are California's #1 Ram truck dealer, which means we have over 500 Ram trucks available. And if for some reason we don't have your truck in stock, we will get it for you. But if you're looking for a hard-to-find Ram truck, Hoblet should be your first stop.
If you need a new Ram truck, Hoblet has it. Stop by for a test drive today or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
14,000 total net savings after 6,000 factory rebates and the 8,000 dealer discount. Rebates include 2,000 Chrysler Capital bonus cash. Must finance with Chrysler Capital qualify. 5 of this net savings, $36,995 on 2024 Ram 1500 quad caps. Net price after 3,000 factory rebates. Sample VIN 209-121. See dealer for details.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper.
Well, Draper's on vacation, so it's me and Jay today. And Jay, you being a baseball guy, you just must be thrilled out of your mind here because we got day baseball, double dose of it with the Giants tangling with the Astros right now and the Athletics down in San Diego against the Padres. You just must be enjoying the heck out of this, huh?
Who was the first people you're talking about? I heard the Astros,
Los
but I didn't hear.
Gigantes
Oh,
and the
okay.
Astros.
Giants, you mean?
Yeah. Not a big Giants
all right,
guy.
whatever.
What did you think of the conversation, assuming that you heard some of it, about Oracle Park? How nice is Oracle Park? Chris is not, he's just not a real big baseball fan, and he's not overly impressed by Oracle Park. I think he says it might even be, in his mind, a little overrated. What do you think of that?
Ooh. I can see where he's going with that. I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a beautiful the backdrop to Oracle Park. And first of all, let AT&T. Look, I'm not the person paying. Right. I'm not the person paying the fees, the naming rights fees. So I'm just gonna call it like you said, Pac Bell, AT&T, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Oracle Park. The backdrop is fantastic. When you come into the Bay, looks great, or you come into the city, San Francisco, looks great. When you're standing down there, it looks fantastic. You know, when you're around the ballpark, right there on the wharf, from up and down Third, like it for what it's worth. I don't, and of course, I haven't been to all, every single ballpark, but it's a beautiful ballpark. It definitely expresses itself to being baseball. Like when you see it, it's like, oh, this is baseball.
I agree.
Absolutely.
They do a real good job of
that.
Yeah,
and so the grass looks fantastic every time I'm there. I've been there in a while. Love the weather. I'm a hoodie type of guy.
Oh, okay.
Like I like putting on the hoodie. You catch me 50 to 65. I'm good with that. Like I like that. So I really enjoy the ballpark. I can understand where, and I don't know. Is Chris, who's Chris's baseball team?
I don't think
he
has one,
right?
He just has never really been a big baseball guy.
Okay, definitely. But I mean, it's one of the top ones, I think. I think when you talk to people, you hear, a lot of different analysts and reporters and people who jumped around. It falls in the top 10 just about every time you hear, baseball ballparks ranked.
pardon me for not knowing this. If I did the math, I could figure it out. Did you ever go to Candlestick?
Of course.
Yeah. I mean,
plenty of times.
Night and day, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Candlestick was rough.
Yes.
I mean, you got a few sunny days here and there, and we all had good times there. Anybody who spent any time there, you have memories there. But overall, that place was tough.
The tall escalators going in and out of it. One thing I loved about Candlestick, though, is I have family that's around that area, HP, Hunters Point area, stuff like that. I always kind of coincided it with a day of family, like, I'll go see my cousins and, be in the neighborhood. And so I always liked Candlestick. It always served a purpose for me, to be around the friends and family and play baseball. And, one of the things it felt like every single time I went to Candlestick was giveaway day. And it was like one of those small bat giveaway days.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I was always down for that.
I remember one time I was covering a game, like mid 80s, something like that. And after the game, it was too late to, I can't remember. I missed something. I missed a bus or something. And then I couldn't get a cab. So I decided to walk a ways and catch a bus.
Ooh.
It's like, for some reason, the bus isn't coming to the stadium. I got to walk. So I'll walk for a few blocks in that neighborhood you're talking about, or a neighborhood somewhere in that area. And I'm waiting for a bus, and this bus driver comes by, and I don't even think it was the bus I was supposed to catch. And the bus driver slams on the brake and opens the door and looks at me and goes, "You shouldn't be here." So I guess he was saying I was in a
hood.
dangerous.
You can just say what you can say.
I don't know.
Look, you're from the Valley, Joe.
I didn't have any problems.
Of course not, because you're from the Valley, Joe. You are acclimated to that situation, and I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying that's where you come from, right? You're a native of being around tough neighborhoods.
Yeah,
we'll leave it at that. And so that's not gonna scare you, baby. Come on, baby. You're from Valley Joe, man.
You shouldn't be here.
What part of the Valley Joe you from? Hillside? What part of Magazine Street? Where you from, brother?
East Vallejo.
East Vallejo, okay.
Yeah, which is kind of the softer side of Valley Joe. At least it used to be.
Yeah, I mean, Vallejo is first of all, it's one of the first cities to ever go bankrupt.
It's a tough
United States
blue collar seafaring town.
Seafaring,
yes.
Okay,
yeah, nautical. You got a bunch of it's got that tough nautical background, We just as soon engage in bare knuckle boxing in the middle of the street as we would shake your hand.
That's I'm talking about.
That's just the way we were brought up.
It's Vallejo's, and most cities we probably could say this. It's definitely a one of a kind place.
Yeah,
without hesitation.
Yeah, I was when I was at SF State as a freshman. For some reason, one of the guys on our dorm, he was going around like just touring the city. Let's go on a tour of the city. Okay, we ended up going to that big church, huge. It's something cathedral, and I don't want to say the wrong name, but it's just a huge one, like on the top of the hill. And we go in there, and some of the guys were Catholic, and the priest is there. "Oh, hi, fellas. Hi." It was a Saturday. "What are you guys doing?" You're like, "Oh, we're just, touring the city." I don't know. And the priest of this place goes, "Where are you from?" "Berkeley." "Where are you from?" "Oh, Truckee." "Where are you from?" I said, "Vallejo." He goes, "Oh, Vallejo, that's the armpit of the Bay Area." The priest said that. A priest says that.
The disrespect.
Yes, it is church.
Wow, the deity, no love
and everyone
for
starts
Valley
laughing.
Joe.
And he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry." It's like, wow, really, Father? Really? That's why I'm not Catholic.
That's right. Okay. You had to throw something back at him?
Yeah. I didn't. I was stunned. I was.
Completely from where you there's no one better to ask this question. Compared to where, and everything changes, compared to your childhood, compared to Vallejo now. To you, what's the big difference?
It seems like it's hardened. Some parts of it are just I don't recognize because it's new.
Of course, yeah, ago. Absolutely,
yeah. But it just seems in some ways a little more bleak, And obviously that's kind of when you're a kid, you don't. There's things you could look right at, and if you're a kid, like that's the way it's always been.
It is what it is, right?
Yeah, yeah. But like you say, going bankrupt and stuff. City that's just kind of struggled to figure out what it is,
has.
I think.
Yeah, it definitely has. And because it's so small, compared to the Oaklands and to be completely honest, when you're really driving through Oakland, and I'm just saying that would be east or west, it's not the biggest city either, know?
Right.
10, 12 mile radius feels like when you're going through Oakland on 580 or 880. but it definitely has more square footage than I believe Vallejo. But for me, I've always enjoyed Vallejo because it feels like, as you said, very nautical, but at the same time, you still get the neighborhood. You still get the opportunity, and both sides of the tracks.
Yeah.
And
yes. Yeah.
Part of the game. And I think every city, for the most part, has that. It's just interesting in the fact that Vallejo is so small, but it still has both sides of the tracks.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's not that unique as far as other cities in this general area, but
No,
I appreciated that. Like you say, you just take it for granted. Then you go on and you do other things later and you realize, man, I was just, I was privy to a lot of different cultures and lifestyles and things, and just being brought up in that is really educational and useful.
Look at you, man.
Yeah.
Straight from Vallejo, man. V-Town. Come on.
Yeah.
After San Francisco, talking about Pac Bell, AT&T. So after SF, where did you go? SF State, where'd you go after that?
I stayed pretty much in the
city?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Lived in the city for a while, back to Vallejo, and then ended up coming here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
boy.
Yeah. And
See
you were Oakland and then here, or here, then Oakland, then back here?
I'm born and raised here.
Yeah, that's what I
And
thought.
then
City
Texas.
of Trees.
Yeah, City of Trees, baby. Then Texas, then Oakland, then LA, then back here.
Yeah. And here we are, getting ready for another game of the NBA Finals. We're going to have Jerry Reynolds join us today. I know
the legend.
Olden Polynice is going to join us, speaking of legends. And Jerry Reynolds, and I called Jerry today and asked him if he would come on to talk about Jerry West. Very sad news today that we got the passing of the Hall of Famer, who apparently had not been in the best of health. We lose Jerry West at 86. But, some of these guys, like, you remember them and then they're gone for a while. And I remember him. It just seemed like Jerry West has been part of the scene, has been part of it, the very fabric of the NBA for a long time.
60 years.
Yeah.
60 plus years.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is, he's the logo. People talk about him being something, but of course, never getting to see him play live way before my time. A lot of what I know Jerry West is front office Jerry West is, Jerry West has got an eye for talent. Jerry West, the discoverer, he's the expedition of Jerry West, finding Kobe, finding guys, that some people didn't see. And he saw talent in, could see, 5 years down the road, this person was going to be super talented. And so the other part too is with Jerry West, he was always someone, as you just spoke about, he was in the public's eye enough to where you never forgot about him. Like we just lost another legend, Bill Walton, same situation. Now, Bill was a talker. He was a people's person. He was bigger than life, as a lot of people talk about. And so I would say the same thing with Jerry West, but just kind of more reserve when it came to conversations. But as far as when Jerry West walked in the room, most people paid attention. He was one of those guys.
Yeah.
And when you really go back and listen to it, Whitey, and pay attention, most people consider him one of the first superstars of the NBA.
Yeah. He was an all-star every year of his career.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Every single year.
14 years?
Something like that. Yeah. 60 to 74. That's just about exactly right, I think. Yeah. He would have been going into the Hall of Fame this upcoming class.
No, he is going into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but he is. But he won't be here to be part of it. Yeah, but this would be the third time.
Isn't that crazy?
Yes, that he was in as a player and as a general manager, and now as a contributor. Yeah, which speaks to just how influential he's been. And to my knowledge, there was at no point in his career where he was anything approaching a figurehead. It wasn't like, there's Jerry. Oh, boy. Hey, Jerry. He was great in his day. Jerry West was still, as an advisor to the Clippers, had very sharp, well-formulated opinions, and he was contributing to what they did. I remember we were at a Warrior game once. I was working at a station, and they were trying to get the rights to the Warriors, which they eventually did. But anyway, we're in this box with everybody from the station, and there, a little bit of schmoozing going on. I'm there with Sheena, and Raymond Ritter brings in Jerry West, like, hey, everybody. And I go, hey, Sheena, that's Jerry West. And she was so mad. She looks at me like, I know who that is. It's like,
right. Don't disrespect me.
I know.
Right. The wife is telling you, stop disrespecting.
Yeah.
Me. Yes.
Like, it was like I insulted her, family. So I know who Jerry West is. She says, I was talking about this today with her. She says, huge hands. He was 6'3", big hands. But he used to, when he was GM of the Lakers, agents would call, say, hey, would you work out my client? Because they knew if their client worked out for Jerry, all the other teams would go, ooh,
pay attention.
That guy must be a player.
Smart.
Yeah.
Very smart. Mm-hmm. And I know as we go to break, I have a question for you. Mm-hmm. And I think it's probably something we're going to get into and have a discussion. Jerry West being the logo had definitely set the precedent for where he falls in the pantheon of, greats. But I'm influential. Like, where does he sit for you as far as influential? Where does he sit for you as far as being the guy off the court and not so much? And I mean, part of it, of course, is on the court too. A lot of it's on the court. You got to play ball. You got to be great. You have to do great things. He only won one championship, which is, of course, he faced all the great Celtic teams up and down that way and ran into Wilt Chamberlain and Oscar Robertson, guys like that. But the part of that becomes because looking at everyone today, I felt like more people talked about what he did post basketball than what he did on the floor. But to be the logo, you had to be super influential. Mm-hmm. So there's got to be something on the floor that he's highly respected. We know he was great, but post basketball seems to carry Jerry West conversations more than what he did on the floor. To me, I would like to have the discussions as far as influential basketball. Where does he live? Where does he lie in the pantheon of certain things?
Yeah, we continue to look back on the incredible career of the logo. Also, when we come back at some point this hour, I think we got to get into Jay's not his favorite player, Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, man, come on now.
Aaron Rodgers
time to go on vacation.
Is in the news today as well. So that and more coming up with the Drive, guys. Right back to Sactown Sports.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports and SactownSports.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system? You were a bit surprised at how much it cost, or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Jay and Whitey today, we get ready for Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Olden Polonese today at OP's at 3:30, right?
He is.
Yeah, Olden Polonese, and then Jerry Reynolds will join us about 4:30 today. And Jerry will, among other things, look back on the career of Jerry West. I believe Jerry West was one of Jerry Reynolds' first favorite basketball players.
Really?
And we were just talking about his role, how influential he was overall to the game of basketball. Jay brought that question up. Somebody on the chat here, Mark Rodriguez, says Jerry West, nobody is talking that Jerry West only turned around big markets, both LA teams, Golden State, etc. He did do that, Mark, but I believe he also was executive of the year one year with the Grizzlies.
Yes,
he was briefly with the Memphis Grizzlies between the Lakers and the Warriors. So, one of the famous stories about Jerry with the Warriors, legend has it that the Warriors, before they won that first title, they were going to trade Klay Thompson for Kevin Love.
Yeah, which is crazy.
Yeah, and Jerry West said, no way. No, you better not. Some people say one of the reasons Jerry West didn't stay longer with the Warriors is because there were some who were jealous about all the credit Jerry West got for that team winning so many championships. I don't know, but he was very influential.
Which is crazy, man. When you sit down and you think about it, winning is winning.
Yeah.
And when you start to win so much or win, multiple times, and now you're starting to look in the mirror and you're wondering, well, who's getting more credit than I am, or who's the person getting credit over that person? Enjoy winning. You've been winning too much. But bring that here to the Sacramento Kings and watch everybody fall apart. It doesn't matter who gets the credit. I don't care if you want to give the credit to the beam. I don't care if you want to give it to the arena. I don't care if you want to give it to the fans. Whoever you give it to, we'll accept the wins. And so that when you say that you're spoiled. You're absolutely spoiled.
I go back to what Malik said last year, and who knows where Malik's going to go, but talking to Malik on media day about being the sixth man, and he said, hey, it's like Mike says, if the team wins, we all win, right?
There it was.
Yeah, if we win, everybody wins. So what does it matter who's starting? But, we're all wired a little differently. By the way, game 3 tonight, Jay. You think your Mavs get back in this series tonight?
I'd like to say yes, but I'd be a little worried. You're talking about Luka, the Don. The Don's getting shots just to be able to get his shot up, meaning he's supposed to have some type of injection, to allow him to feel better for him to play.
He's fine.
I'm with you.
Luka.
I'm hearing you. But
I have a contusion.
He was banged up. Did you see?
I know.
And one of my friends sent me this because, of course, we played in the tournament this past weekend, 6 games straight in 2 days. So I was banged up. Sunday, man, I was on my Luka watch. I was sitting down. I'm iced up. Felt like I should have iced up, but Luka had. So my friend sends me this picture, and I see if I have to. I'll find it if so we can post it on Sac Sports 1140 social. And Luka's got 6 bags of ice on. Above the knee, under the knee, on the elbow, on the shoulder, inside the chest. Dude.
I know.
You're hurt.
I know. He's kind of to me, Luka's like Aaron Rodgers is to you, where he just
bad?
It's close.
Oh,
Probably not that bad. But that said, I can see now Luka is, like I said yesterday, he has that look in his eye and he's a little bit hunched over and he's still playing really well, but he looks like a wounded animal. You can just see in his body language. It's just like can't find an area of his body that doesn't hurt. So that's going to be a tough sledding for him the rest of the way. But if Porzingis is hobbled, and we'll see, I have a hard time believing he's okay. If Porzingis hobbled, then Dallas has a chance to get right back in this thing.
In what form?
They win tonight at home. Maybe they win emphatically. Then all of a sudden it's like, wow, we're only 1 game back. We're right back in this thing.
Well, I think Kyrie needs to come to the party. Kyrie right now is he's still back at the house.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to
I don't think he has an invitation yet.
Yeah, I hope they send him an invite today.
He's got the message on his machine, but he hasn't listened yet.
He didn't hit play button yet.
Yeah.
Who still has voicemails? That's a question we need. Does anybody still have a voicemail machine at home? First of all, how many people still have home lines anyway? These are some conversations we need to. Well, I get it. I understand. As you should. You're an OG. See, well, I think there is a demographic to that too.
Maybe so. But one of the things Shinya always says is we're always going to have a landline because in case of a terrible emergency, landlines are the ones you could trust.
Very true.
I don't know, but that's what she says. We're always going to have a landline because if whatever happens, the cell phones, no one's going to be able to reach anybody. So
yeah, but it isn't kind of the same. Aren't they running off the same lines at this point?
I'm not a phone technician. I'm going to side as much as fond of you. I'm going to side with my wife.
You better. Believe me. Don't let me sucker you in to going home.
We've experienced that though after like earthquakes and things.
Yes,
I think
hard lines are supposed to
generally easier to reach somebody via landline.
Guess what? It's radio. It's the same conversation people who love radio continue to keep on saying. If everything goes down, what's the one medium that you're going to be able to, still get some information from? It's radio, right? And so I'm with you, but I didn't mean to hijack the show. It's interesting to see.
The show's the show. That's the way the show goes.
But now that we talked about home lines, how many people still have a voicemail box or a voicemail? Do you still have your voicemail attached to your R line?
Well, we have a message we have a machine. You know,
so
we
is
have
it
a red
part
light.
is it part of the cordless, or is it part of like an extension box?
It's the cordless goes into it. Yeah.
So
I
it's
don't know if
it's a one-stop shop. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you sell voicemail.
Yeah. We have a landline. Might as
Yeah,
well.
we might as well have a.
Yeah.
Okay, just check it.
Don't it's not like we rely on it all the time.
Was it-
Sometimes we haven't checked the machine in a while. Yeah.
I'm actually intrigued by this. When is the last time you have picked up that phone and used it?
It's not, I don't know, but it's not that long ago.
A month?
Yeah, maybe.
When's the last time someone's called that number?
Somebody called there today. We don't know who it is. Someone keeps calling. Yeah.
They're just testing the line at this point for you.
I'm not sure what it is.
But
it's just safer, Jay. I'm telling you.
I
It's just
understand.
sensible.
Listen, I understand. You might as well. You have your dual VCR DVD. You got your transistor radio.
No.
You got your batteries, your canned goods, all those type of things. Totally understand, as you should. You know, gas mask, bulletproof vest, everything else that goes along.
Landlines are for telemarketers. Mark Rodriguez.
That's what I thought. I was thinking someone was trying to reach your line, and that's probably what's happening with Kyrie at this point. Is they're trying to reach Kyrie, and Kyrie's like, "Man, nobody pick up that landline.
Yeah,
text
that's
me
not
first,
important. They
right?
call
Text
me
me
on my
first."
phone. Yeah.
So I think Kyrie's got to show up today. I think if he has a huge game today, the Mavs win. Luka's gonna do Luka, long as he, can go out there and hobble, put 2 feet on the court. Put 2 feet on the court, move around. Now, if he's completely done, then the Mavs are done. But I think if he can continue to do what he's done, even though he's completely banged up, then the Mavs have an opportunity. I will say this: the fringe guys for the Mavs need to play a lot better.
The
others, absolutely. And we talk about Kyrie, but PJ Washington has been pretty quiet this series. Derrick Jones Jr. has almost been like, I didn't even know him and Kyrie might be sharing, a Airbnb somewhere because I haven't seen him at all in any of these games. And so you got to, and I saw this yesterday. I don't know if you saw this about Derek Lively. Had no idea he just lost his mother.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So the week, not last week when everybody was off, but the week before, his mother passed away.
Oh.
And so a lot of people didn't know that. Stephen A. Smith said this on a show a couple days ago and was like, look, he had no idea. Someone gave him the information. And so that's tough to go out there and play when you lose your mother. Not to mention he has no more siblings, and his father's passed away. And so, I can only imagine what Derek is going through right now and still having to go out there as a rookie, play basketball.
To put that aside.
And then
play
going
through
against
that.
Jason Tatum, Al Horford, guys who are veterans, Porzingis, and try to go, ball against those guys. So I just think right now, as much as the Mavs had a full head of steam right now, it's like a little coal is out of the fire for them right now.
Yeah.
It really is.
I know these two things, go hand in hand, but I don't think it's just a matter of, the Mavs haven't been playing well. That's true, but I think the main reason they haven't been playing well is because the Celtics have done a great job of taking them out of all the things they like to do. Boston is a great defensive team, and they went into this series saying, we're not going to give them those lobs. We're not going to give them the corner threes. And they have, for the most part, they have prevented those. So it's not just, Dallas needs to play better. Boston's doing a great job of keeping them from getting to the spots that they like to get to. And you see Luka out there, it almost looks like he's by himself sometimes, and it's part of the game plan. So this is incumbent upon Jason Kidd to come up with something different tonight, some adjustment to that. Until and unless Dallas does, they don't have a chance to win the series.
Yeah, going into it, of course, me and Drace picked the Mavs in 6. I don't
still in it. That could still happen.
But you know what though, and this is the thing: you're starting. If you just draw a line right down the middle of the paper, and I'm not even talking about positives, I'm talking about negatives. There are a lot of more negatives starting to pile up on the Dallas Mavs side of the T, and so it's becoming more difficult to see where the Mavs can win this series if everything doesn't go right. For me, and we saw it in game 2, the Celtics didn't play the best. They didn't, there were some lulls, and they allowed Dallas to get in the game, didn't shoot well, and they still triumphed. They still got the W. And Dallas, I mean, again, Kyrie didn't play well. PJ didn't show up. We talk about Derrick Jones Jr. Maxey didn't play well. I mean, there was a slew of things that didn't go right for the Mavs, but it's easier to turn one or two issues, to a positive when the Mavs right now, they're looking at 7-8 different issues. And so I just think even if they get today, unless the Celtics just absolutely crash and get in their own way, as you've talked about this past week, I'm not walking it back. I would love to see the Mavs, but I just don't see them beating the team right now.
Yeah. After tonight, we're going to have a really good idea where this thing is
very
headed.
much so.
Compio's asking, is Porzingis playing today? We're not sure
Allegedly.
yet. We'll keep you posted as best as we can. It's possible not even he right now knows yet how he's going to feel. When we come back, we got to talk about Jay's favorite guy, Aaron Rodgers. This is comical. His absence from Jets mandatory minicamp has been explained, kind of. And that's what we'll be sharing with you when we get right back to Sactown Sports. It's the Drive, guys.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley is coming to town.
Hey, y'all, this is Dirk Bentley.
Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends.
This is Bonnie. Take my hand, let me make you mine.
Paige Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets before they sell out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club and Xfinity.
Award-winning country sensation Lee Brice is back.
One of them girls that ain't trying to meet nobody. You'll just hear
Live in concert. Friday, June 28th, 7:30 p.m. The venue at Thunder Valley. Lee Brice. Special guest Abby Anderson. The venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss Lee Brice live.
Coach Doug Christie here to remind you, if you're in the market for a new car, shop Folsom Lake Kia. Low interest rates, low payments, and zero down deals with approval of credit. Folsom Lake Kia, over 25 years, right here in Folsom.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Something going on this afternoon we may want to keep an eye on. It's Jay and Whitey today. Jay, do you happen to know, not to put you on the spot, and it's fine if you don't know, do you have any idea what the record is for a pitcher, most strikeouts for a pitcher in a 9-inning game?
21.
I think it's 20 for 9 innings, and it's like there's 4. It's Scherzer, Clemens, Kerry Wood.
Yeah, Kerry Wood, Clemens
I think
for sure.
Clemens might have done it twice.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I just looked it up and I've forgotten already. But here's why I mentioned this, and someone mentioned this on the chat. The A's are in San Diego. Excuse me. Yeah, the A's are in San Diego. They've played 5. They're done with 5. The A's are trailing 2-0. So the A's have made how many outs? 5 innings, 15 outs, right? Yeah. Michael King, the Padre pitcher, has struck out 12 through 5 innings. So there's only 3 guys so far through 5 innings that haven't struck out again.
That's terrible. That's absolutely
You're
terrible.
not giving him credit? That's great.
Yeah,
He's got electric stuff today.
Because I'm a hitter. I'm not a pitcher. That's terrible. Let me tell you this. In all the years I've ever played baseball, started playing baseball at the age of 5. All the way through mid-20s, right? I've never been part of a no-hitter. I've never been no-hit. Never.
What's the most you've struck out in a game?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Maybe twice.
Yeah, because I know
maybe twice. Yeah.
I've struck out more than that.
I
didn't play nearly as much as you.
I honestly, maybe twice. I was the type of guy, if you struck, like growing up, me and my friends, we talk about it to this day. Striking out was the absolute worst thing I could possibly do. If you struck me out, you weren't striking me out again. Like, that's how I felt.
It's old school.
Yeah.
Talk about me making fun of me and my landline.
No, that's different. That's different.
Jay talks about batting average, which I'm with them.
Yeah.
But in baseball today,
Lost start.
What is that?
200. You can hit 200 and still play 162 games in the league today.
What's your OPS? What's your OBP? That's what matters, Jay.
That's trajectory.
Analytics. Come on.
You know.
It's not 1977 anymore.
Launch angle, baby.
What year were you born?
83.
Yeah, it's not 1986 anymore. Yeah, launch angle and
it's about that trajectory.
Yeah, it's all right if you're gonna strike out. That's okay.
Yeah, exit velo, baby.
Walk, you strike out, or you hit a home run. We're fine with that. That works. We
Not
can
even
win
walk.
that.
We don't care about you walking.
We can win that way, Jay.
Listen, people feel like they've won world championships that way until you get to the playoffs, and then all of a sudden everybody playing small ball, stealing, laying bunts down, hitting runs. What happened to that exit velo?
By the way, I forgot to check the most obvious thing, and I believe the answer is yes. But you want to be aware. Yeah, the A's have 3 hits, so it's not like they're getting no. They're just striking out a lot.
So that's terrible. Put the bat on the ball. Put the bat on the ball. It's the easiest thing to do.
It's the hardest thing to do in sports.
No,
so they say.
Well, that it is. I agree with that. But once you're playing baseball, it's the easiest thing to do. I mean, hit a fly ball. Have some dignity. Put something in you. I mean, honestly, though.
Don't strike out.
No. I come from the school of Tony Gwynn. You do not strike out. Put the ball in play, make something happen. And with that being said, this ain't little league. If you hit the ball on the ground, 9.9 times out of 10, you're getting thrown out. I get that part. But if it comes down to the point where you see everybody around you got 2 Ks in the lineup, and maybe you're the one who's gotten hit in the fly ball, you 1 for 2 for the day. You got to go through the dugout and let some people know about themselves. So we got to figure this out. We got to twist the game up. What can we do conglomerately as a team, as a unit? We're looking bad as a unit right now.
I'll tell you another thing that's different about baseball today, Jay. Mentioned that Michael King threw 12 strikeouts. So top of the 6th, the A's get the first 2 men on. Nobody out. Bye-bye, Michael King. They're taking him out of the ball.
Of course, you know how it goes, man.
12 strikes in 5 innings.
5 innings, baby. That's all we need you to do.
Bye-bye. Thanks for coming. Good job. Good quality start. You know what I'm thinking? You got to pitch 6 for a quality start.
No, it's 5 now.
Okay.
Get to 5 and it's a quality start.
All right.
We'll bring in the next 4 guys who all throw a 98 and above, power pitchers, and then we're going to come close it down.
All right. So we'll keep an eye on that, but the strikeout record is not in danger now because the guy had struck out 12 A's. He's already out of the game.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Let him go. Skip.
He didn't seem too upset about it.
Of course not.
Yeah.
He ain't worried about it.
My dad's uncle was a pitching coach in the majors, Bill Posadell. And he used to tell my dad about guys that they didn't like guys way back then. And he was a coach for like in the 70s. He didn't like it when pitchers in the 6th inning, when they start to look over their shoulder, like to see if somebody's warming up. Uncle Bill didn't like that.
I bet.
Now you don't have a chance to do that. They take you out before that.
Oh, you got to go.
It is now.
Yeah, you get him out of here.
And now you rarely see a pitcher, right, say, no, I want to stay in. It's like, yeah, that's great. I
got a date tonight.
Get out of here.
I got to hit the showers.
Really? You can take me out now? That'd be terrific.
You got to hit the showers quick.
It's just different now.
Well, the A's they're threatening right now. They have a man at first and second, top of the sixth, no outs. That's why Mr. King got an extra stage left.
Yeah, but the last guy got on because of a ground ball that the third baseman threw wild the second.
See what I just said? 9.9 times you're getting thrown out, but there's always that
That's
point
a base
one.
hit left
It
field.
sure
Look at
is,
that.
and they're rally capping.
Yeah.
Put the ball in play.
There you
That's
go.
the point of it. That's why I say I come from the Tony Gwynn school of hitting.
Yeah.
There aren't many. The George Brett school of hitting. There aren't many guys like that.
Yeah, that school's been closed for a while. I think.
It has. Yeah.
So I can understand why you're upset about people striking out, but why in the world are you so upset at Aaron Rodgers?
Because he's Aaron Rodgers. Is there much more to say than that?
Big story today, Aaron Rodgers skipping the rest of the Jets' mandatory mini camp. The absence is unexcused. Coach Robert Saleh, the former 49er defensive coordinator, talked about it today to the media. He said, yes, it's unexcused, but we don't have a problem with it. We're on the same page. This is the same Aaron Rodgers that, as you may remember, after last year, he went into this long diatribe about how, look, we got to do things differently around here. We got to win. We got to get rid of all the BS that has nothing to do with winning. So now here he is skipping minicamp. And according to Diana Rossini of ESPN, he's skipping minicamp. Why? What's going on that's so important? Yesterday, Saleh said he's got something going on that's really important to him right now. Apparently, what's going on is he just doesn't want to be around football right now. And that's what's been reported.
Yes.
He doesn't want to be around football.
Needs a break. And the toughest part about that for me is I'm not in any form, shape, size a person to discredit how a person feels mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Please go do what you need to do. Get right. Take the necessary time that you need to take to be better in life. And for his life, that would mean football. Totally get it. But there is something to that. And, there's always a but. This guy's like the boy who cried wolf. Like Aaron is starting to be the guy every single year. Something's wrong. It really is, Whitey. And
it's never his fault.
It's not. It's a fine line with Aaron Rodgers. And again, I want to make sure I reset this. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, whatever you need to do to get yourself better, please, as a person, go do it.
Robert Saleh said, Aaron and I spoke before OTA started. He's been very good in communication. He's been here the entire time. It's unexcused. But he had an event that was very important to him, which he communicated.
That was 2 days ago. He had an event.
But again, Diana Rossini says apparently the event is he just didn't.
He don't want to be here. I don't want to be a part. I don't want to come to OTA's mandatory mini camp. I don't want to do it. Absolutely don't want to be there. You know what I want to? I'm in Turks and Caicos right now. That's where I'm at. I'm out with Drake. We're on the beach. We're getting it in. Like, to me, that's what I see when I hear Aaron Rodgers. First of all, you went to the cave, the Hobbit retreat last year. 2 years ago, you were on some allegedly want to be the highest paid, quarterback, so you couldn't come into Green Bay. It's like every single year, something is going on with Aaron Rodgers for him not to be at minicamp or an off-season workout. 3 years ago was the last time that meaning 3 football seasons ago.
Was 2 years ago the ayahuasca adventure?
Yes. That was in the cave as a hobbit, turn out all the lights. That was that one.
What?
In the dark.
It makes me laugh, but why does that make him a hobbit?
Well, that's what he said. Remember, not he said, but that's what the report was saying, was that he was in a hobbit-like cave structure. The dark. I'll go back and find it. They used the words hobbit-like cave structure. And he did the whole interview with his spiritual manager or whatever the guy. I have to go back and find specifically what his name is. I want to make sure we give credit to these people. But he had a long interview because remember after the Green Bay, the Niners spanked Green Bay, the whole offseason situation, we didn't know what was going on between the general or the president of the Packers and Aaron Rodgers. And then the very first time we heard him speak was when he came out of this hobbit-like structure. They did this interview. You're laughing, but it's the truth.
It's ridiculous. The whole thing's ridiculous.
He came out the darkness. Remember, it was like I spent 3 days in the dark.
Yeah.
I didn't have a phone except for 1 hour. The Wi-Fi, remember he was talking about the Wi-Fi was atrocious.
Did he have a landline in there?
and a voicemail box. Hey, dude, I'm over it.
Yeah.
I am over Aaron Rodgers. And let me say this, for everything, and please, 916-339-1140, same line you can text. Of course, YouTube, you can hit me on Twitter at JRJ Show, whatever you want to say. The fact of the matter is this dude ain't won but one time. And honestly, he snuck that championship out. He was a wild card. Now, listen. When you win a Super Bowl, you're a Super Bowl winner. I get it.
Forever and ever. Yeah.
No problem. There's a lot of people who got one, and people are like, oh, but he does this, and he's got that, and he's got these MVPs. Yeah, I get it. But he ain't won nothing. He ain't performing the way he need to perform to bring up his team, which lets me know this dude's all about him. He's a one-man gang. He's a one-man show. And these are the things that continue to tell me who he is.
And the Jets willingly,
get this dude out
hitching their wagon to him. Good luck with that. Who is your MOP, your most obnoxious player in sports? Jay's is Aaron Rodgers.
For sure.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. By the way, the A's are now winning. How about that?
I looked that up.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful ballpark in itself right there, Petco.
It is.
For me, my money, best ballpark in California.
Really?
Right. And then now we can start to spread out. Now, again, I haven't been all the ballparks throughout the country. I've been to maybe half.
You know, it's overrated.
Uh-oh.
Dodger freaking Stadium.
Well, of course, it's the Dodgers.
It's ancient.
It's the Dodgers.
It's Dodger Stadium. It's like how about a new ballpark?
Traffic in and out of there is horrific. I mean, it's one of the worst places to get caught.
Not great. Not great. We'll be right back. Sactown Sports.
The only place you'll find Harrison Barnes is Sactown Sports.
He's got the bucket at the buzzer. Harrison Barnes.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Harrison Barnes, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
So I just went to Kohl's to shop their first ever customer appreciation event. And now I'm here to spill the details. Because I'm a Kohl's card holder, I got an extra 30% off. Or if you're a rewards member, you get 20% off. Even non-members can save with 15% off. And as an added bonus, Kohl's also has great prices on Father's Day gifts, like top activewear, Sephora cologne, grilling gear, and more. So what are you waiting for? Don't miss out. Hurry to Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end June 16th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
My good friends, Dr. Jack Friedlander and Dr. Pash in Roseville and in San Francisco are offering not only confidence, not only security, but also the ability, if you ain't insecure, to go from the roster to the all-star team. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about UpsizeMatters.com. Time after time, vote after vote, circumference, or as we call it, girth, is consistently ranked as the most important attribute And Dr. Jack and Dr. Pash can give you a free consultation. The procedure can be done on the same day as your consultation with immediate results. It's non-surgical. It's virtually pain-free, safe, effective, long-lasting, semi-permanent, and doctor-performed. For more information, go to upsizematters.com. Go to upsizematters.com. Make that change. Make the all-star team. Get your girth on.
The United States Open Golf Championship brings together the best golfers on the earth for the coveted trophy. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It seems to me that the U.S. Open and Naturewood Home Furnishings have much in common, as Naturewood brings together the highest quality brands and furniture made right here in the United States. And in this case, the winner is you. When you visit Naturewood, you'll be amazed at the gallery of superior furniture available for your lifestyle, for your decor, for your home. With brands like Sam Moore, Stanton, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and many more made in the USA selections, you're sure to find the perfect piece you've been searching for. Naturewood is proud to bring you U.S. Open updates on this station and proud to offer you the finest furnishings available. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
It's 4 nights of complete darkness.
What? Where is it?
You're not locked in. No, you can leave if you can't do it. You can just walk out the door. But it's a darkness retreat. Wow. And I've had a number of friends who've done it and had some profound experiences, and it's something that's been on my radar for a few years now, and I felt like it'd be awesome to do regardless of where I was leaning after this season. So it's been on the calendar for months and months and months, and it's coming up in a couple weeks.
See, that's not even that weird for Aaron Rodgers. Drive Guys here. It's Jay and Whitey today. Aaron Rodgers is missing. He's not attending the Jets minicamp, and Deanna Rossini reported today that the reason he's not attending mandatory minicamp, is because he just doesn't want to be there. It was reported yesterday there's an event that's very important to him, and today's report is that he just has other things that he just doesn't want to be there.
Just a lie.
So it turns out that Aaron Rodgers is he most annoying player or most obnoxious player? Your Moy or your May? Map. Your Mop or your Map? Pardon me.
Probably my May.
You're okay. Yeah, most annoying player.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He probably is.
This
is something I saw. ESPN, Scott Berman of Sky Cave Retreats, him and his wife Jill, they're the ones who owned this retreat area. Berman said the room in which Rodgers spent his time is partially underground, Hobbit-like structure with 300 square feet of space, devoid of light, with the queen bed and a bathroom and a meditation-like mat on the floor. It is fully powered, so at any point the lights can be turned on from inside the room.
So that's the other thing. We don't know how many times he said, pop the light on a little bit.
Might have been. And you know what? I don't believe Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers came out and he talked about that, the Pat McAfee, which was literally after the Packers had got smoked in the playoffs. And then, Aaron Rodgers proceeded to say that he may retire or do what he wasn't probably coming back to the Packers, kind of handcuffed them. And then he went into this, darkness retreat, ayahuasca, all these different things. And then on top of that, did the retreat, came out, had the interview with Scott Berman. And then on top of that, came out and was like, you know what? I decided I'm not going back to play with the Packers, which to me, I think the Packers and Aaron Rodgers mutually probably knew that was going to happen. But Aaron Rodgers being Aaron Rodgers, he had to get out in front of it and tell you why, the ayahuasca, the TP, and the Hobbit-like structure made his mind clear. And again, if that's what it takes, please go do that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not I'm not discrediting what it took for him to get his mind right, but it just is a further piece of Aaron Rodgers' story where, for me, he's the boy who cried wolf. There's always something going on. Something's never right. We've seen it with his family. We've seen it with the money. We've seen it with the team. We've seen it now. He don't even want to pull up the work no more. Like where is, we've seen it. Unfortunately, we've seen it in his relationships. What makes Aaron Rodgers happy?
Yeah, it's just letting everyone know that he's on that search. Either that or, see, I used to think that he just enjoyed playing this up, that he enjoyed confusing people. He enjoyed making us think that he's that unusual. But I thought, yeah, he knows what he's doing. But the story there about the darkness retreat, that's not even that weird for him. You remember about a year ago, we heard the story about him saying, oh, yeah, I was one night out in New Jersey or wherever, and there was UFOs.
Yes.
And they're out there where the, power plants are. And I think he meant all that. Those are the weird things. You want to go in a darkness retreat? Okay. We pay too much attention to it, but whatever. That's fine. He's just getting stranger and stranger. And it's gotten, for me, where I used to think he knows what he's doing, to now I think, no, he's just a weird cat.
Yeah, well,
I don't think that's the type of guy I want necessarily running my football team.
Well, according to most, Whitey is Aaron Rodgers the savior on the field. Like most people, he's got the quickest release ever. He's the greatest to do it. Look at what Aaron Rodgers is. What, 4-time MVP, right? Is, I believe, 3 or 4-time MVP. Like, he gets all the accolades for being one of the greatest without really doing anything when it comes to team wise.
Mm-hmm.
He's been smoked in the playoffs the last 4 or 5 times, like drilled, not even close when it comes to the 49ers. And you know what the NFL always do? They always put, when he was with the Packers, and now we see it even this year with the Jets, the 49ers always played the Packers.
Yeah.
It was something, it's like, you might as well put them in our division at this point.
I know.
How many times the 49ers going to play the Packers?
Yeah.
How many times is that going to be one of the games, extra 3 or 4 games that the 49ers always have to play? But it got to the point where didn't matter. You know why? Because the 49ers slapped them around all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So it was no big deal. To me, I just think he is overrated in what people believe he is on. And I'm taking away everything else about being a strange guy. I'm talking about football, Aaron Rodgers. He is not what it is cracked up to be. And that's why I say most annoying, because he carries that way, right? Like, he carries himself as, I've won 4 Super Bowls. I am the man. Look what I do. And to me, the media has allowed him to do that. They've anointed him as the greatest quarterback. Well, you can't be the greatest quarterback. You won 1 Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be.
Right. I wish he would. It's obviously his right. He can do and say what he wants. I know that. But I wish he would keep his mouth shut and then win football games. And then we'd look at that and go, wow, look at that. But instead, it seems like he wants us talking about the other things that he's doing. Like last year when he got hurt, unfortunately, that was terrible. But yeah, he kept talking about, I'm coming back. I did this.
Hey, you ain't coming back.
Non-traditional surgery. Watch out. I'll be back. Yeah.
Achilles.
Why say that? Why do that?
Like, what makes you,
it's embarrassing,
at the age of 40 years old,
I found the surgeon and got this kind of experimental treatment. Look out. I'll be back in there by the time the playoffs start.
The Tommy John of Achilles.
Yeah.
Man, stop
out.
it. Dude is the prototypical prima donna.
I wonder if on some level he is afraid of the fact that he realizes, I just don't have it anymore. But here I am. This is my chance at career redemption. Okay, maybe I should have won more in Green Bay. Overall in Green Bay, it ended badly. I go to New York. I lead the Jets to the Super Bowl like Joe Namath. I'm a hero forever. But I realize I can't do that.
No.
I don't have that. And that's
that.
really scary, and I don't know what to do. I'm not going to go to minicamp.
Minicamp. He doesn't even want to go to minicamp for 3 years in a row.
He's terrified.
Of what?
Of failing. Of the fact that he's not what he's telling us he is. He knows better than anybody.
Yeah.
I'm not that guy anymore.
I'll tell you this. He could possibly be, and hear me out, I believe he has 4 MVPs. I need to check that out. He could possibly be and this sounds crazy, one of the most overrated superstars ever. He has been anointed God's greatest quarterback by so many people and has not held his feet. Like, his feet aren't held to the fire.
Do you think you would still say that if he wasn't saying all the other crazy stuff he's saying? Would you still feel that way about him? If he was just, we never saw him except on, Sundays and on the occasional State Farm commercial?
Then absolutely, it'd be a different story. It's because the way he holds himself.
Mm-hmm.
And who am I to sit up here and talk about someone to say you can't be confident? Please be. You have to have an ego to be great. I'm a true believer of that. But there are some things that he hasn't passed the test in, and he's been granted a pass.
And he's a finger pointer.
Oh, he's definitely one of those.
Yeah.
3-time MVP. Right?
3-time. Okay. All right. See, he didn't even win 4. He's a bum.
He's a bum.
When we come back, a look at the NBA draft. ESPN says this guy makes the most sense for the Kings at pick 13. Who is he? What do you think? And we got OP, bottom of the hour, coming up. Drive, guys. It's Jay and I today on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
At the Good Feet store, we take pain very seriously. Whether in the foot, knee, hip, or back, Good Feet makes over 300 styles, flexibilities, and sizes of pain-relieving arch supports. With 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 muscles, tendons, and ligaments in each foot, a lot can go painfully wrong. So there's a trained arch support specialist at each Good Feet store to give you a precision fit. Come in for a free fitting and test walk. No appointment necessary. Good Feet arch supports are HSA, FSA eligible.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, tell me what's going on for Chrysler's Make This the Summer event.
If you need a new Ram, Hoblet has it. And now with even more savings on the hard-to-find heavy-duty Ram trucks you need. Right now, save up to $11,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram 2500 and 3500 Bighorn, Laramie, Limited, Longhorn, and Rebel. You pick.
Okay, you say you have Ram trucks, but how do I know you have the one I want?
We are California's #1 Ram truck dealer, which means we have over 500 new Rams available. And if for some reason we don't have your truck in stock, we will get it for you.
If you need a new Ram truck, Hoblet has it. Stop by for a test drive today or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
11,000 total net savings on select new 2024 Ram 2500 and 3500s. Net savings after 10,500 dealer discount and 500 factory rebates. Rebates may include $500 Ram coupons only while supplies last. 20th net savings. Sample VIN 216820. See dealer for details.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports.
You local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Bottom of the hour, Olden Polynice is going to be with us, and 4:30, we're going to catch up with Jerry Reynolds. Jerry is going to share with us his remembrances of the great Jerry West, who we found out this morning we've lost. Here we are, another NBA Finals game, and we're mourning another legend passing. We already, observed the passing of Bill Walton before the NBA Finals this year. So it's been kind of sad to see these legends leaving us, and there was nobody quite like Jerry Reynolds, who, as Jay and I were saying earlier, and as you may know, he's set to enter the Hall of Fame this coming class this fall, and it'll be the third time he's been inducted, this time as a contributor, whereas before he was inducted, of course, as a great player and also as an executive, having put together some of those, not just one of those, but some of those great Laker teams. So we'll see tonight if the Mavericks can turn this thing around and end up making this a more entertaining series. So we got a lot on our plate today. By the way, the Giants were victorious today, 5-3. The A's still tangling with the Pods in San Diego. We'll put the Aaron Rodgers chatter aside for a bit, if you're okay with that, Jay. I mean, if you have more to say.
No, I have nothing to say, man. I'm going to just, hit the darkness retreat like Aaron.
Yeah.
On the conversation, and I won't turn on the lights. I am in a Hobbit-like structure.
Yeah.
In here. We have the lights on.
My most annoying player, I think, is Luka, and he doesn't annoy me as much as Aaron Rodgers annoys you, and I'm learning to begrudgingly respect his game more than I used to, but he still drives me crazy because he just seems so conscious of the fact that everybody's looking at me. Instead of playing the game, he just seems to me, as I said, I mentioned this a few weeks ago, there's an NBA exec who said anonymously, Luka sometimes seems like he's performing more than he's competing. And that's exactly how I feel about him. Fine player, I know, all that, blah, blah, blah. Oh, the poor guy, he's carrying the whole team by himself, blah, blah, blah. He's just so conscious of the fact that everyone is watching me. I'm Luka. He drives me nuts.
But is he off the floor? You really haven't heard anything about him, right?
No, not really.
No one's ever come out. We haven't heard anything about him being a bad teammate or being a bad guy in the organization or not being a part of the organization.
All true. I don't know. What's your point?
You don't hear anything about him. Like, we don't see him going on darkness retreats and,
Yeah, I know.
Like, there's really nothing outside of
right.
the fact of you don't like his game or the way he, not so much his game, but the way he carries himself.
I'm learning I have to accept the way he plays, to your point about not liking his game. That's the way he needs to play for them to have their best chance to win. So I'm working on that. But, we're talking, at least I'm talking, it's not real true resentment of another human. It's sports
sure,
resentment.
Of course. Yeah, it's hate.
Yeah. Sports hate, which isn't really hate at all.
Absolutely.
It's part of the fun of, yeah, and boo. That's all.
Yeah.
Like wrestling, kind of.
Well, I don't know about wrestling, but I'll say this. This is one of the things I live by. It's not okay to hate in anything besides in sports. In one time in life.
Hate ain't good. I'm with
you.
Yeah.
Hating in sports is what makes sports great.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to hate in sports. People are like, oh, you a hater. Yeah, when it comes to sports, absolutely.
Right.
I don't like that team. Can't stay in that arena.
Mm-hmm.
Would never root for that person. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
As a professional athlete. Now, as a person, cool. Unless, they do something otherwise for me not to support that person. But as far as when you're in that jersey and you're playing against my team, I hate you. I don't like you.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I always say I'm not a fantasy football person. I'm not a fantasy sport guy because I can't see myself. I have friends and family and people and work people around here. You like the 49ers, but you got Russell Wilson on your team. I can't do that.
I'm with you.
I want this guy to throw 3 TDs against the 49ers, but I also want the 49ers to win.
I agree with you, but now you sound like the old guy.
I do.
Because
No
but
problem.
I respect that.
I'm an OG now, baby. I've crossed over. I'm an OG. I can accept it.
There's a lot of people that they just love it so much. And, it's great if you enjoy it. But remember Brian, who used to be our boss here about a year ago, at one time he told us he had 12 fantasy teams.
That's out of pocket.
So, I mean, how do you – every touchdown it's hurting you and helping you at the same time. What's the point of that? How do you keep track of that? But people love it. That's what people love about football. I'm with you. It's like, no, that guy's on, the Seahawks. You want a Seahawk to score?
Yeah.
Because it helps your fantasy team? You're a bad person. That's how I feel.
But also, Whitey, is that me being an OG being old? Just the fact that I don't want to root for a person?
I'm with you.
Man,
but
I don't know about that.
It is. I think
now
that
I sit back and think about it, I'm not sure that makes me being an OG. because I can't accept the way that football fans watch football now?
Okay, here's the test, and I don't know the answer. How many people your age that you know play fantasy football? Would you say?
I would say a few, yeah. I mean, not 100% of them, but no. I mean, 50%.
Most, a lot?
Yeah.
Maybe you're right there at that.
Yeah, I'm like in the middle.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm in the middle.
Yeah.
The other part about
I'm with you.
Yeah, the other part about fantasy football too is, and it's just me, if we ain't talking no oranges and apples, I'm definitely not dedicating my time to it. So people find time for the things they want to do. I'm not dispersing that. I'm not discouraging anybody who wants to play fantasy football. I'm just saying I'm not rooting for a person that's supposed to be whooping on me every week over, I got 27 points. Like, I don't care. And beyond that, what you getting out of this when it's all said and done?
Mm-hmm. The only thing worse than fantasy football player, and I know everybody's a fantasy football player. I know that. I get it. Everybody. The only thing worse than that, though, is the person that tells you about their team and thinks you care about their team.
Right.
I don't care about you. Good for you. You have fun. That's great. Yeah. That's great. I don't care that so-and-so's so-and-so's hurt, so I'm going to have to play so-and-so this week. What makes you think I care at all?
Absolutely.
But good for you. If you enjoy it.
So you're an OG too?
Definitely. When it comes to that. Definitely.
When it comes to what? Fantasy football?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
The other reason, if I'm being totally honest, I don't like playing fantasy football is because you have people like at work or friends, and they look at you like, oh, you work at Sports Station. You think you're so smart, right?
I
think
hear that.
My fantasy team beat your fantasy team. So who's smarter?
Right.
I guess.
You got it.
I guess.
Yeah, I'm with you. You got it. Now you want to talk about annoying fantasy football people? They can definitely be. They're definitely on that list.
Yeah.
They're definitely on that Aaron Rodgers list.
Can be.
Yeah, they definitely can be.
But again, we're talking about pretty much everybody.
No, I disagree. I don't think fantasy football is huge. Don't get me wrong. Definitely huge. But I think there's not a highest percentage of fantasy football players than we think. I know a bunch of people who don't play. I'm pretty sure I know more who do. Now, I haven't put out a poll of like, do you play fantasy football? Sometimes I think people play, like sometimes we've been encouraged, not so much here at this station, but at other stations where it's like just kind of what you're saying. You're a talent, you're a voice, you're a person that people want to go against. They want to test their wits. Yeah. It's kind of like, Jay, you got to play fantasy football.
Yeah,
like, I don't care about that. I'm throwing anybody out there. I'm not even attending the draft. Put me with anybody. Give me the computer. Yeah. Give me Aaron Rodgers, the person I dislike.
Auto draft.
I don't even put my auto draft together. Like I don't care. Dude. Let me have 6 kickers. It doesn't matter to me. But I'm just saying I am in a minority of that. I get what you're saying. But I do think there is a decent amount of people who do not play fantasy football also. And if they do,
I'd be surprised if it's very high.
But this other thing, I think if they do, it's the point of, I'm just saying it, because my friends want me to play, or I'm in it because, it's a pool at work, or they're not into it. They're a part of it because it's the thing to do.
Mm-hmm. The last time I played fantasy football, I did not go to the draft. I auto-drafted, and I won the league, and it drove people crazy. You didn't really win. You weren't there on draft day. That doesn't count. You didn't win.
Haters. See, that's a fantasy football person. That's why I say they're on that list. They are on most annoying sports person list.
Really? All of them? I mean, we're talking about...
No, but listen, if you're going to categorize me as being an OG and saying I'm in the minority, then even if you're a solid fantasy football player, I'm going to categorize you and say you part of that annoying crew.
All right. But just so you know, again, calling you an OG, I mean, I'm OG-san. That's a compliment.
Yeah, you triple OG.
Yeah. Yes, at least.
Well, but it's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Right. There's nothing wrong with being an OG. There's a lot of people who wish they were here to become an OG.
We got OP at the bottom of the hour, and when we come back, as promised, we'll tell you about the player that ESPN says he makes the most sense for the Kings at 13. What do you think? Next on Sactown Sports.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
They're going to give it. No, it's a play action. Purdy going to roll left, throw for the end zone. Caught by George Kittle. He has the hat trick tonight, a career high. 3 touchdown catches for George. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of those spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
So much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Thanks for being with us today, Whitey and Jay. We have Chuckles 916 on the chat. Chuckles says fantasy is fantastic. Being a Commanders fan, I need something to cheer for towards the end of the season. I get that too, right? When your team every year starts to fade. Well, I need something to keep me interested in what's going on. Fantasy football. I'm telling you, Jay, vast majority, I'll bet you, vast majority of the people listening right now, vast majority of people who consider themselves football fans are fantasy players. I bet you way over 75%.
3/4.
Way over that, I'm saying. Way over.
So you're like 90%.
Well, over, I'd feel very
way over
saying
75 is
70. I'd feel very comfortable at 75%.
Okay, so 3/4 of people listen to this show play fantasy football. I probably agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
I do. But I think there is something to the form of fantasy football guy versus I play fantasy football. And that's,
well, you may be onto something there.
You know,
uh-huh.
Are you really fantasy football guy? Are you all in, need to have 12 teams? I don't care who I pick, there are people who have, there's a difference. Like we talk about Chuckles, he's a Washington fan. I apologize to you for that. I understand. But there's also people who have teams like Chuckles, and Chuckles is like, look, I'm just trying to find some time where my team at the back end,
keep myself entertained at the end
playing
of the
Sam Howell.
Yeah.
Sam Howell's my starting quarterback, and I need something to find the time on Sundays because I'm a football fan.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's a fantasy football guy, though. Like, there are guys who are fans of team and could care less what their team is doing. They care more about the fantasy team.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's some people that care more about fantasy football than they do about who wins.
Yes.
Bless them, whatever. But you're right. That's just foreign for someone like you or I, right?
Yeah,
it's
I
like,
can't do that.
You're not doing it right.
No.
Of course, they're just
You're
doing
backwards.
it different.
You're on your
But to
Aaron
us,
Rodgers move.
That's not the way I was brought up.
Which basically why you keep telling me I'm an OG.
Yeah, but it's a compliment. Let's see here. We have a compliment for one of the players in the upcoming NBA draft, ESPN's Jonathan Gavoni. He says he does some picks for teams at ESPN.com. I think Styles and Watkins talked about this yesterday. He says the pick that makes the most sense for the Kings at pick 13, Duke guard Jared McCain. And Jonathan Gavoni says Malik Monk is entering unrestricted free agency, might be priced out of retaining him. The Kings might be, that is because of cap rules Enter Jared McCain, one of the best shooter scorers in the draft, who happens to hail from Sacramento. Has an easy niche he can fill in the NBA with his scoring versatility, basketball instincts, competitiveness, and smarts, making him an attractive option at number 13. Jared McCain. What do you think? Any thoughts?
I mean,
I was hot and heavy on McCain early on. The more I think about it, I think, nah, they need more than that.
They need more than someone who's going to fill the gap. Yeah. Really, what you're telling me is Davion Mitchell, but on the offensive side.
Davion, who can shoot a lot better.
Yeah.
Apparently McCain can really shoot, and he doesn't guard people nearly the way Davion does.
Right. So like I say, if you're really looking in the mirror, it's Davion on the defensive side and McCain on the offensive side. And they're filling the role that Malik Monk may leave open.
Yeah.
You know, the guard potential.
You leaving that door open, really? That he might come back through?
I mean what?
We don't know.
Wait, break that down. Say that one more time.
Are you really leaving in your mind? Is the door still open for Malik to come back? Go, hey, you know what?
Yes.
I'm staying.
Yes, I think so.
I hope you're right.
Yeah, I think the door is open. I still believe Malik.
This much? Crack?
We're doing
Halfway?
Percentages a lot today. I see. Yeah.
To me, the door is closed.
I say 60-40.
You know, sometimes you close it, but it doesn't.
It doesn't. It doesn't latch.
Yeah. That's where I am with that.
I'm gonna say 60-40.
Okay.
He come back.
That's not bad.
For me, the only thing that takes Malik away is money. In reality, and that's a lot. That believe me, that more than what people operate in life. If we're talking about people, you know, cats out here who are fantasy football guys who, you know, run their life around fantasy football. Money is a whole completely different
really
situation.
Don't like these people, do you?
Well, it doesn't bother me. I just throwing jabs at people. Again, this is a sports show. This is about hate. If there's anywhere to hate a person, it's in sports. So I think Malik has an opportunity to come back. It's going to be very interesting. We've seen reports of 6 figures thrown his way. $100 million thrown his way from Detroit, the likes of the Detroit Pistons. I just don't know. You go up to Detroit, play up there with Cade Cunningham, Jay Nivey, guys who got the rock already in their hand, and you don't really know where they're going. What scares me is San Antonio for 90, Orlando for 90, you know, Philadelphia for 85. Like those are the things that scare me. And 78, nothing to sneeze at. But you're also talking about California. We're talking about taxes, with all these different things that go into it. And I've yet to hear this. First of all, we ain't heard Coach Brown speak anyway since exit meeting, and hopefully he's on vacation, whatever's going on. I don't know. We haven't heard Monty McNair speak in quite a long time. I haven't heard Vivek speak in a long time. We haven't heard a lot of people from the Kings organization speak. It's off season.
Almost too quiet.
Maybe. But I'll say this. It is off season, but no one has come out and said, and they probably won't, because most teams won't. But Malik wants to start. And to me, as much as number one is the money, number two is if I come back here for $78 million, am I starting or not?
Boy, if that's what it takes to keep him, I would say yes, right?
Of course.
Oh, we got you.
But this is the thing. We just saw, who was that? Oklahoma City. Yeah, Oklahoma City. It was Presti, right? And he came out and said, I made a mistake when I picked up Gordon Hayward.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes that to showcase you really want a person or you dislike a person, or, vice versa, however you want to call it. Sometimes you got to announce things. Sometimes you have to put those things on the table. When it comes to Malik's situation, you can't tell me if I know I'm going to be in a dogfight to keep Malik Monk because I can't pay him probably what his representation has told me he wants or is probably going to get in the open market, then guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to go out and I'm not going to be the same person like what we've seen the Kings kind of do. No, by all means, Chris Webber effect. People talking about, we'll cut your grass. You got Starbucks on us for life. We'll come paint your shutters. They were doing it all for Chris Webber. Same thing with Malik Monk. Now, I'm not saying he's on Chris Webber's, level, but at the same time, someone from down there has got to come out and be like, listen, man, $78 million we know is not going to get it done, but guess what's going to happen? He's going to start. He's going to start. And if not, Do what you do best. Leak it through the media. Jay ain't got a phone call. Whitey, you got a phone call?
No, not yet.
I mean,
no.
Carmichael Dave ain't got a phone call.
But
Sean Cunningham ain't got a phone call.
It's all in Malik's court at this point. Everything's up to him at this point.
Well,
yeah,
that's a problem then.
I just think as far as Jared McCain, I was really excited about the prospect of the Kings getting him when we first started looking at these prospects. I know a lot of people are saying this. I look at the Kings and I think some of these guys are really good players, but some of them are smaller guards. And I don't think the Kings need any more of that. Now, when you're drafting 13th and you need a lot of help, you don't have the luxury of saying, well, we need this position, not that. But the Kings need length. That's one of the big reasons they couldn't beat the Pelicans. So McCain's a good player, and if they get him, they've got a good shooter. But I do think they need length. However they get it, I still think they're going to trade the pick, and I think they're going to end up bringing in a star, bringing in some free agents. I don't think they're going to rely much on the draft. But if they draft players, I hope we get Deron Holmes or Tristan Da Silva. Get some length. I know you like wingspan.
Yeah.
Just make this a longer, more athletic team. Because I think in that sense, the Kings are a little out of step with the rest of the conference and the rest of the league.
Yeah, they are. And most people would just consider it talent, right? Like we need more talent around our big guns. But I'm with you. I think you got to have a little more length. We've said that. Everyone screams
we don't need this.
Yes, we don't need the alligator.
Yeah.
We don't. This ain't the bayou.
Yeah.
We don't need you to be out here swimming with the gators.
Right.
I get that. One of the things that we can continuously talk about this team is 3-and-D, and you hear it's like the number one go-to thing in the league in the NBA now. We need a 3-and-D guy.
You're right. Wings is the thing.
Wings and things.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Cool. It's hard to come by good dudes who are 3-and-D guys.
Mm-hmm.
But with that, most 3-and-D guys are considered what? Long, lanky, kind of Zach LaVine-ish, Kessler Edwards-ish, PJ Washington, like Keegan Murray type builds, right? 6'8", 6'7", 6'6" type thing. But even if you're 6'6", you're kind of long. Those guys are hard to come by right now because everybody is looking for them.
Yeah, there's a need. That's kind of the way the game's being played.
Tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Mm-hmm.
So in some form or fashion, you have to garner these like type people in some kind of way. And the Kings, if you would have told me 2 years ago when they picked Kessler Edwards and they haven't, and it may be, I won't say it's not on the Kings. It could be on Kessler. It could be on a multitude of different aspects. But to me, he hasn't, number one, probably been given an opportunity game-wise to really fail or succeed. I think he's had, stretches where he's played. He even started some games, which we know. But I don't know what he is still. We're pushing 3 years on. 3 years into the game with the Kings. I still don't know what he is. When you have guys like that, you're keeping him around for a reason, but you're not playing him for a reason. To me, I just don't know where to pinpoint that. I'm struggling in what we're trying to do moving forward. And I think that's where we continuously keep getting the same draft evaluations for the Kings. It's all the same type players.
Mm-hmm. They got a lot of work to do. But I think draft night is going to be fireworks. I think we're going to be talking about, wow, the Kings drafted so-and-so. And before we're even done analyzing it, nope, he's not here anymore. And then the questions will be, who did they get? Did they give up too much? And what's next? That's what we're going to be talking about.
Think so?
Yes, I do. I
still don't think they keep the pick. I'm with you.
Yeah. They'll pick it, but it'll be
someone else.
Oh, they picked it for somebody else because it's part of this deal.
But you think something's coming back?
Yes.
I don't.
Yes.
I don't. I think what's going to happen is they're going to flip it and they're going to hope that someone post-draft is ready to go.
Really?
I've said this numerous times. I don't think the Kings, and that's why I've said the next calendar year, I don't see the names that the Kings want to attach themselves to being available yet. Like, we haven't heard it. Now, if there's someone that we haven't heard, a name, behind the scenes, behind the curtains, then I think that's the person the Kings are operating on. To me, unfortunately, I just don't think they have enough to go get Brandon Ingram. I'm not sure they have enough to go get Mikael Bridges. I don't think they have enough, as we talked to Tony Jones yesterday, to go get Lauri Markkanen. I mean, what else is going to move the needle for Kings fans if you bring back another player like a Chris Duarte? No disrespect to Chris Duarte. Mm-hmm. Bring a guy like Kessler Edwards in to see if he wins. You're going to have sizzle, Whitey.
And you're also going to have to thread the needle.
Yes, sir.
And I think they could. I still think they could do that. When we come back.
OGI's in action.
Olden Polynice. He was a center on a Kings team that went to the playoffs. And he joins us next on Sactown Sports.
Subscribe to Sactown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sactown Sports.
Award-winning country sensation Lee Brice is back. One of them girls that ain't trying to meet nobody. You're just here live in concert. Friday, June 28th, 7:30 p.m. The venue at Thunder Valley. Lee Brice. Special guest Abby Anderson. The venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss Lee Brice live.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Ooma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Seasons change. Why not your tech? Upgrade now during the Dell Technologies Summer Sale event and save on select PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core processors. You'll be able to bring your most intensive projects to life with built-in AI, minimalistic design, immersive visuals, and cinematic audio. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to exceptional tech and electronics plus free shipping on everything. Amazing prices await you for a limited time only at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley is coming to town.
Hey y'all, this is Dirk Bentley.
Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends.
This is Family. Take my hand, let me make you mine.
Hey, it's Dasha. Kelsey Hart and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets before they sell out at CITPfest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club and Xfinity.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy you happiness, but money did help you buy an RV, which means an excuse from working Saturday with your insufferable coworker, Dave. So money is helping you listen to birds chirp instead of Dave chirping about how his toddler is fluent in 3 languages. And it's also why you'll be smelling pine trees in the air, not Dave's tuna melt reheating in a microwave. So save money by bundling your RV or boat insurance with home or auto from Progressive and buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Score free gifts for the greatest dad this Father's Day at Lowe's. Get a free Select Cobalt tool with your purchase of a 24-volt max battery 2-pack. And get a free Select Craftsman string trimmer or leaf blower with purchase of a Select V20 push mower up to a $149 value. Lowe's knows dads. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 6/12. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Our series of Kings callbacks continues here. We've been catching up with some of the names and faces of the Kings past. We had Walt Williams on last week. Going to catch up in a minute with Olden Polynice. Interesting comment here on the chat from MC Calcium. I met OP at a practice. Asked him some questions for a school report. Chill as heck guy. Olden Polynice.
Love OP.
Yeah. All right. He's going to join us in just a few moments. Olden Polynice, of course, was a center on the Kings team, that 1996 team that ended up becoming just the second Kings team to reach the postseason. And they played a heck of a series against Seattle, which went on to lose the finals that year to the Bulls. And if Mitch Richmond hadn't sprained his ankle, a lot of people say, the Kings, they might have knocked the Sonics out of the playoffs that year. So OP's going to join us in just a moment. By the way, one more thought on the draft. We found out who is in the first wave of green room invites for the 2024 NBA draft. So what the league does is they talk to team presidents and GMs of teams with first round selections, and they ask them, who do you guys think? Who should we be picking? And they ask teams to vote on the top 25 players they expect to be drafted first. So then you got some kind of consensus. So these are the first 12 guys to get invites to the draft. The guys that really should be going early because they don't like to invite somebody. Then I'm sitting there like
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. So Zachary Risache, Alex Sarr, Donovan Klingen, Reed Shepard, Matas Buzelis from Lithuania, Stefan Castle, Dalton Connect, Tijan Salawan, Ron Holland, Cody Williams, Devin Carter, Jacoby Walter. They're the first 12 guys to get invites. So that would suggest there's a decent chance that the Kings don't get a shot at any of those guys, Jay. No, they could all be gone.
Yeah, maybe. But most of the time, the draft doesn't work that way, right?
That's right.
Normally, there's a guy, two, maybe even three who kind of push down a little further, and that's where the Kings can pounce.
Yeah, that's okay. Tristan Da Silva, my guy, he's not in the top 12.
No. Yeah. So that's who you're fully going with. That is your guy from here on out.
That is my guy 100%, except for the 10% I still reserve for Deron Holmes. Other than that, it is locked in. Tristan Da Silva. Locked in, baby.
So what about Cody Williams? You done with him?
He's gone.
Okay.
He's not. I don't think they're going to get a shot at him.
Dalton Connect. That's my guy. Yeah. Dalton Connect.
Gone.
Think he's gone?
Yes, I do. I was reading that Kevin O'Connor was writing about the draft and the Kings for the Ringer, I believe. He said something about Connect. He said, he'd be a great fit for the Kings. But he said, not that they need offense. And I was thinking, what?
He ain't watching the game. No. He's not watching the game.
A year ago, you could have said that. But right now, do the Kings need offense? Yes. Could the defense be better? Yes.
Who doesn't need offense?
Right.
That's how you win a game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he says, hey, you bring in Connect. He could be kind of a low-cost replacement for Herter, and then you can maybe move Herter to the bench, that's another one of the Kings' issues. Everybody who follows the Kings says, Kevin Herter, bad year last year. You trade him for something. Who in the league is going to want to trade for a guy who, yes, he's proven commodity, but he's coming off a terrible year, and then he kept having that bad year off by getting hurt. So I'm not piling on him. I'm not piling on Kevin Herter. I'm just saying if you're another NBA team, why do you want that guy? So that's kind of where the Kings are. It seems to me that the Kings standard package that they've offered people for the last couple of years is, I know Harrison Barnes was a free agent last year, but like, hey, how about HB? How about Kevin Herter? Two nice players, but other teams look at that and say, you don't want them, and we don't really want them that much either. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. I would rather have Harrison Barnes, by the way, than John Collins, but that's a discussion for another day. Nice enough to join us right now. 15-year NBA veteran, spent 4.5 years with the Kings in Sacramento, and he was a 12 points, 9 rebounds per game for that 96 team. That was only the second Kings team to reach the postseason. Olden Polynice with us. How are you today, OP?
I'm good. And yourself?
Very good. And thank you very much for your time. And if I may, I just wanted to give you a chance here, given that we lost the legendary Jerry West today. You played so many years in the NBA. I wanted to give you a chance to share any thoughts you might have on the passing of the great Jerry West.
Oh man, it was a gut punch, man. Because and the thing about Jerry, he died at 86 years old. He didn't act 86. He didn't walk around like that. He was, lucid, just an incredible person, a wealth of knowledge. Had many a time to just sit down and have a conversation with him outside of basketball, and he was the most generous person. Oh my God, this one hurts. And it's so crazy. I'm a big believer in, people say I'm a conspiracy guy, but it's just because it's like we had 3 Hall of Famers die within a week. All 3 of them's last name started with a W. Which is weird, and 3 legends in the game. And like I said, 3 Hall of Famers. And they all did something to better other people. Bill with, his stance on Vietnam, Bill Walton with, what he did for the union, All-Stars, and Chet with what he did also for the players. They were agitators in a way, but it was in a good way.
Yeah. Thank you for that, OP. By the way, speaking of people taking a stand for other people, I wanted to ask you about what moved you to go on your hunger strike for, honoring the people of your homeland who were suffering after the terrible conditions that had the earthquake there, right? And that's after that you went on your hunger strike?
No, this was way before the earthquake.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
This was in 93.
I apologize.
What it was basically, I had done this for other people from other countries, whether it was the Cubans, with the boat lift, Venezuelans, I don't care who it is. Human rights is human rights. The Chinese, human rights is human rights, in my opinion. And I just felt some kind of way. I'm like, wait a minute, my people are suffering as well. I'm lucky enough to have 2 countries, that I can call home, Haiti and the U.S. And so at the same time, people were suffering, and I saw friends of mine, Danny Glover, a whole bunch of actors and celebrities, Harry Belafonte, doing things. And I'm like, wait a minute, I have to do something. And what's so funny about it, when I got to the game, the night I announced it, I had no intentions of doing a hunger strike. I just wanted to do something. The words literally came out of my mouth.
Wow.
when the reporter, they were asking me about the game. They asked me a question about, how do you feel about tonight's game and your matchup? I think we were playing Miami. I think it was Ronnie Cycli was the center. Yeah. And so I'm like, I just said the words. Because of the conditions and the treatments of the Haitian people by the U.S. government, I am going on hunger strike. And they came out, and I had to stick with it. So I did it for 10 days, lost about 10 pounds, and it wasn't until I fainted during All-Star Weekend. I was at home, in my home in Los Angeles, and All-Star Weekend, I fainted. And my parents were like, okay, this hunger strike is over.
Better eat something. Yeah. Wow. That's awesome.
But you know what's crazy? I couldn't eat for like 2 days. Once I ended the strike, I tried to eat. The day I did it, I couldn't eat. Food made me nauseous.
Wow.
So they said, no, you have to start with like crackers.
Wow.
Something real simple. I went and ordered catfish.
I know that's right.
I ordered all kinds of stuff, and I just watched everybody else eat it.
Joe and Odin Polonese, of course, former Sacramento King, and of course, former Seattle Supersonic.
Yeah.
OP, I definitely want to start right there with my question. The Seattle Supersonics, and I believe I know where they lie in your heart and, of course, in your mind. But speak to the Sonics not being in the NBA, and as we heard, Commissioner Adam Silver the last week or so talk about they have their eye on expansion and how much it would mean the Sonics to bounce back for you.
Well, first of all, Seattle definitely holds a special place in my heart because that was the first team I ever laced them up for. And the funny thing about it, when I played in the Final Four with Virginia in the Kingdom, I told the reporter, I am coming back to Seattle to play as a member of the Sonics. I remember saying that to him.
Wow.
And he laughed at me. I mean, I was a freshman. I was a freshman. I ended up, helping lead Virginia to the Final Four. But again, I was still a freshman. But man, he's very confident. But I just felt it. That's how I've lived my life. I live my life that way, confident and with a belief that if I speak it, it will happen. And so when I got to Seattle, I loved the time I was there. And it was just amazing. Play with some great players, Dale Ellis, Xavier McDaniel, Tom Chambers, Nate McMillan, Derek McKee. Just had great teammates. But what stands out more for me about Seattle is the fact that, which I don't think has ever happened with any team outside of us. When we went out, it was minimum 10 guys. Minimum. Like the whole team went out. One for all for one. If one get in trouble, we all get in trouble. If something happens, we're there for one another. Till this day, I play with 5 different franchises. I've never seen that outside of Seattle. So it was amazing. So when they, I'm not even going to say this man's name. When he took the team out of Seattle and moved them to Oklahoma City, I was hurt because I'm like, how does Seattle of all cities not have an NBA franchise? That made no sense to me. You have football, you have baseball, and you're supposed to have basketball. And so I'm really happy now because, I know, Adam is doing this whole thing, Adam Silver, I have to be coy about it, but we already know they're going to expand to Seattle because that was part of the deal.
Of course.
That's why they held on. That's why they changed the name to Oklahoma City. They had to because the Seattle Supersonics franchise remains in Seattle, and it will be back.
Yeah, all the colors and the name staying kind of in limbo. Olden Polynice is with us. Can I ask you, when you got traded to the Kings from Detroit for, I think, Pete Chilcutt and a couple of first rounders, and you were really a good player for the Kings, but what were your first thoughts when you found out you were getting traded to Sacramento, California?
To be honest with you, I was a little nervous only because I didn't know what to expect from Sacramento. I knew they were, for lack of a better word, not one of the better teams. And so I had played for Seattle. I made the playoffs. I got traded to the Clippers, and I knew how bad they were. They were worse than Sacramento. But we ended up making the playoffs, after I got there. Then I went to the Pistons, who were coming off championships like the year before. And I'm like, okay, I'm with Hall of Famers. Then I go to Sacramento. All I remember from Sacramento was they were very noisy fans. I do remember that. And the guy that had the damn cowbell. And I remember that cowbell. And I'm like, oh, my God, now I got to hear this cowbell for 41 games. And so I was like, but, at least it's going to be on the other side now. It's not going to be right behind my head.
Yeah.
So anyway, but here's the thing. But when I got to Sacramento, I said, okay, you know what? I'm actually on the flight from Detroit to Sacramento. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, wait a minute. I looked around. I said, okay. I can get minutes here. I can definitely get minutes. I don't have to split time with Lambeer or Rodman. I can get minutes. I can do some things. And once I had that in my head, I was like, I'm good. I was so happy. And the funny thing about it, some of my best years were in Sacramento. I think all of them, really, all my top, outside of my rebounding with the Pistons that same year. So, half was with Detroit and the other half was with the Kings. I ended up finishing tied with Akeem Olajuwon for third, second and third, whatever they had it set up. But I just loved it. Mitch was, awesome. Bobby, all those guys, when we got to play, L Train, Walt Williams, I love those guys. And they were like the second team Not as many guys went out, but we, ours was more about 5 or 6.
Mm-hmm.
5 or 6 guys, because I know a couple of guys were married and stuff like that, but about 5 or 6 hung out. But
do you remember where you used to go in Sacramento? Do you remember what places you used to hang?
Oh my God, there were so many spots.
We had Walt Williams on last week, OP, and he was dropping a few himself.
No, hold up. I'll tell you right now, there was a spot where, was it the Red Lion?
The Red Lion, yes, sir.
The Red Lion Hotel, and then there was another one downtown.
The Red Lion.
What was it, man? But it was, listen, and I used to tell people this, and again, I'm one of these people. I don't know if you guys know now. I'm an open book. That's why I used to make, all interview and all, because I don't do no comments. I'm not going to put anybody out there, so I'll put me out there. I used to think my rookie year, I realized Sacramento was a hotbed for women. Because it's like people used to talk bad about Sacramento. I'm like, wait a minute now. I was very successful in Sacramento.
Hello.
I love the place. I don't know what everybody else was referencing.
Probably why you had your best years here, OP.
Yeah, there you go.
But once I lived here, and by that time I think I had gotten married, so it was like, okay. Yeah. But hey, listen, that's one of my favorites. And there was always something to do Monday through Monday. There was always something to do, believe it or not. There was always a spot that you can go to.
Nice. Yeah. Nice.
Joined by Odin Polynice, one of my favorite guys, man. And OP, one of the things that I always enjoy about you, especially socially, as I get to follow you socially, not being down in LA in a few years and being able to have you on over at Fox. But I like the fact, as you said, you don't mind commenting on things. You don't mind having an opinion on things. As you look around in sports, and let's just stay in the NBA, why have you been able to be successful? Why do you think you've been able to be successful in some of the form that you strive or you showcase on a daily basis? Like I see you all the time. Listen, this coach should probably do this. Or I don't mind, being a coach and telling you to do this. I can show you how to rebound. Like, how do you go about being Odin Polynice?
Well, I've always been this way because my grandfather and my father taught me how to be a man. I'm not saying I'm perfect. Trust me, I've made a ton of mistakes. But the one thing about me, when I make a mistake, I own it, I apologize, and I don't make that same mistake again. And that's why I always tell people, don't believe everything you read and hear, okay? Come to me, because if you see me apologize, if you don't see me apologizing for something, that means I never did it. I will never, I don't care. I'm not going to do Tiger Woods. I'm not going to do all these people. I only apologize if I actually mean it and I regret doing something. And so to me, that's how I've always lived my life. So any apologies you've ever heard has been very contrite because I actually felt bad about something. And if I don't apologize, I never did it and I will never apologize. So that's how I live my life. But with basketball, I just know this game. I study it. I didn't just play it. Unfortunately for me, I'm 7 feet, and a long time ago, they gave jobs to a couple of 7-footers who were lazy as crap. And so once they did that, people, higher ups decided that only guards can coach. And, I always got to reference Bill Russell, Phil Jackson, a couple of taller individuals, but, over 7 feet, they're not giving us jobs because we're dumb and we don't know anything and we're lazy. And that's further from the truth. And so to me, I just keep moving. So if I coach, I coach. If I don't, because that's the only place I haven't actually coached an actual game is an official NBA game. I've coached Summer League. I had J.R. Smith his rookie year. I was coaching the New Orleans Summer League team. And I've done ABA, CBA, G League, D League, whatever the hell they want to call it this week. I've done college, I've done high school. I've trained over like 500-600 players who went on to play in the NBA. So I do know this. I'm the guy. See, and I like to, because I know how hard I work and I will pump myself up. I took a kid in 30 days from 290 to 260 and got him a tryout.
Wow.
And people were loving him. But it's like, and the funny thing about how life works, he got so excited that he left me to somebody else. And then he got cut. And I remember telling him, I said, young man, I had to get you in shape first before I could teach you basketball. Because the one thing about young people or people in general, you can't think if you're tired. You just can't. I can't teach you anything if you're trying to catch your breath every 5 minutes. And so he ended up getting cut because I had just started the process, and people don't realize this is a process. He thought he was at the destination.
Yeah. Olden Polynice, our guest here. OP, you mentioned how loud fans were here. And your coach on that 96 team, Coach St. Jean, we talked to him a lot, and he mentions that first playoff game there, and then I'm a little unclear on it because I don't remember it. I think you guys hadn't come out yet, but you could, or no, I guess the players came out. Maybe he hadn't come out, and you got a standing ovation from the fans during warmups before the first playoff game against Seattle. Can you reflect on that and just tell us how loud it was that first playoff game in 96? It was the first playoff game in Sacramento since 85, I guess. How loud it was in the building for that game.
Let me tell you something right now. That thing was so loud and so thick. Like, you could feel the loudness, which is the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
Like, you could feel them being loud. Not just hearing them, you could feel it to the point that I hyperventilated.
Wow.
It was like the most exciting thing. It was deafening. And I'm like, wait a minute, I need to go sit down for a minute. My breath. Dude, calm down. You've been in the playoffs before. Calm down. But it was amazing. It was amazing. We ended up getting a win. And I remember, and again, with how loud it was, because we got a win. When we got that win in Seattle, I got hurt. And so I had my leg wrapped, but the cheering and the fans, I totally forgot that I was in pain. It went away. It was, oh my, man, I'm telling you right now, that's some of the most exciting thing ever. Because it was like such a big rush, man. And we wanted, man, we were like trying to beat Seattle so bad.
If Mitch hadn't gotten hurt, right, you guys might have.
If Mitch hadn't gotten hurt, exactly.
Man. Joined by Olden Polynice. It's Olden, being from New York, we had Mario Ellie on, I believe, a week or two ago, and he was talking about just the ball of New York and, you guys coming up through New York. Who are some of the guys that you grew up in New York where you like, you know what, man, this guy, he was a baller. He was a guy that I knew I had to put my hard hat on, or, I had to go get, I might have to go dunk on. And I knew I was going to have someone staring me eye to eye, today, and I'm going to have to ball.
Well, a lot of the guys that I grew up with, you probably never heard of.
Wow.
And there's a lot that you did hear of. I mean, like a Dr. J, because I lived in the Polo Grounds where Rucker Park is. I was in Building 1. Literally, I could watch a game from my window.
Wow.
And so we would go there and watch, Julius Erving comes into town. But there was a gentleman named Joe Hammond, the Destroyer. Now, I'll share a quick story with Joe Hammond and tell you how great this guy was. He turned down NBA contracts, okay? But Joe Hammond, everybody's waiting to see Joe Hammond. Joe Hammond, he's playing today. Oh, he's like almost an urban legend, but he's for real. So we're like, okay, Joe Hammond's playing. We got our seats, like 8 a.m. We already got our stuff reserved. First quarter, no Joe Hammond. Second quarter, no Joe Hammond. Okay, third quarter starts. Here comes Joe. Laces his shoes, checks in the game. Next thing you know, basket by Joe Hammond. Basket by Joe Hammond. I kid you not, fourth quarter, middle of the fourth quarter, this man already has 62 points.
Whew.
And he just walks out the like, what the? He scored like 62 points in about 15 minutes. It's the most absurd thing. Everything he threw up went in. It didn't matter. One guy, two guys. It didn't matter. This dude shot. Now, when they talk about Iverson or all these other guys that are volume shooters, this dude here was personification of volume shooter or gunner.
He was a bucket, as they say, huh? He was a bucket.
Not one pass. He had 0 assists. 0 assists.
That's incredible.
The man took like 30 shots and made about 25 and walked out the damn park.
Walked it off. Mic drop. Yeah.
So I did play with a lot of guys. I'm sorry, I play with Sally. We grew up with him. Kenny Smith. All those guys. We all grew up together. So
That's
New York
awesome.
was New York's a hotbed for basketball.
Yeah. We very much appreciate your time. We would love to have you back on again. It's just a lot of fun catching up with you. And obviously, as you say, you're not shy about sharing your opinion. So if you have a chance, we'd love to talk with you again. And we very much appreciate your time today, OP.
Oh, I would love to. And if I could say one last thing.
Please.
I already cleared it up with Grant Napier, and I want to formally say it again to Sacramento, the fans. There was a lot of misconception, misrepresentation of Olden. My time in Sacramento was some of the best years of my life. My kids were born in Sacramento. I love that city. I love the fans, And I remember when I came back, something was said apparently that I never said, but it was attributed to me. And and then I got the OP suck chance, and I tell people to this day that was the most heartbreaking thing because of everything I had done for the city of Sacramento. That hurt me more than anything else in the world. But I've resolved it, and I understood what happened, and I resolved it with the person. So I just wanted the fans of Sacramento to know it's nothing but love.
That's what's up,
Okay?
Aussie.
Yeah,
man. I see OP in Florida Mall, man. How about that? As a kid,
really?
Man, I
I
saw OP. Look, real quick, and this how I had super love for OP. Walking through Florida Mall with my moms, I'm going to get some old school Grand Hills, some feelers. Now look over to the jewelry store, and OP got a fat wad. Now you know where I come from. You don't count on another man's money,
right?
But OP had about 4 chains on his neck. And I looked over, I said, OP about to get him another chain? Oh, man, OP doing it big. And that was like one of my first times paying attention, like, ooh, it must be nice to have some of that NBA money.
I wasn't buying those chains. I was just trying them on. And I returned them all.
Thank you, sir.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate it. When we come back, Game 3's 5 biggest questions as we get ready for the resumption of the finals. Jay and Whitey today. Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
Hey, sports fans. It's JaVale McGee here. Are you ready for the event of the summer? It's the Jug Life Charity Softball Game hosted at Sutter Health Park on Saturday, June 15th. Join me and all my celebrity friends for the #1 event of the summer, as our incredible community comes together for a cause that counts. The Jug Life Charity Softball Game isn't just about softball. It's about giving back. All proceeds go to the water education programs and providing clean water to communities in need. Thanks to your support, our team with Jug Life is making a real difference, bringing hope and health to those who need it the most. Bring your family and friends for a day you won't forget. Cheer on your favorite stars as they hit it out the park for a great cause. Come celebrate Father's Day weekend at the Jug Life Charity Softball Game that's happening on Saturday, June 15th. Don't miss out. Get your tickets now at juglifewater.com. That's juglifewater.com. Join us, have fun, and make a difference. Jug Life. Drink water, give water, save water.
At the Good Feet store, we take pain very seriously. Whether in the foot, knee, hip, or back, Good Feet makes over 300 styles, flexibilities, and sizes of pain-relieving arch supports. With 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 muscles, tendons, and ligaments in each foot, a lot can go painfully wrong. So there's a trained arch support specialist at each Good Feet store to give you a precision fit. Come in for a free fitting and test walk. No appointment necessary. Good Feet arch supports are HSA, FSA eligible.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Save on rows and rows of new Hondas during our giant summer sale at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, it was October 17th, 1974, when the A's at the Coliseum beat the Dodgers 3-2. They won the World Series 4-1 for their third straight title. Coming up later this month on June 23rd, when the A's play the Twins. As the A's say goodbye to the Coliseum this year, the A's will honor members of that 74 team in a pregame ceremony.
Want more speed? Well, Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. It's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Click, call, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, what's going on for Chrysler's Make This the Summer event?
Well, it boils down to this one question. Do you want a great deal? Hoblet has it. Right now, you can save up to $13,500 off MSRP on remaining new 2023 Dodge Challenger or Dodge Charger, starting as low as $25,595. There's just a handful left, and after this month, it's all done.
After this month, the savings are all gone.
Yep. So if you've been putting it off, but you've dreamt about getting one of these cars, you better stop by Hoblet Dodge in historic downtown Woodland fast.
You won't find a bigger selection or bigger deals on the vehicle you want than Hoblet Dodge right now. Don't miss your opportunity. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
13,000 total net savings after $89.20 factory rebates and $48.80 dealer discount. At least 10 at this net savings. $25,595 net price after $64.20 factory rebates. Rebates may include $500 first responder bonus cash. Must be current member of First Responder Association. VIN number 607624. See dealer for details.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50 on your print purchase. From posters and flyers to signs and menus, Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. And with Staples Print Perfect Guarantee, it's done right or it's printed again free. Plus same-day services available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. And 76, visit staples.com/print for details.
So I just went to Kohl's to shop their first ever customer appreciation event. And now I'm here to spill the details. Because I'm a Kohl's card holder, I got an extra 30% off. Or if you're a rewards member, you get 20% off. Even non-members can save with 15% off. And as an added bonus, Kohl's also has great prices on Father's Day gifts, like top activewear, Sephora cologne, grilling gear, and more. So what are you waiting for? Don't miss out. Hurry to Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end June 16th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Take it on the local level.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sactown Sports.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Thanks to LP for being with us. Jerry Reynolds is going to join us at 4:30, looking back on the life and legacy of Jerry West. And Jay and I looking ahead now to Game 3 of the NBA Finals. I got 5 big questions here, and we got an answer to the first one right here. Question 1, is Porzingis healthy? The answer, nope. Kristaps Porzingis has been ruled out for Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Celtics announced today, just a short time ago, that Porzingis will not be participating tonight because of that rare injury to his left leg. He's still considered day-to-day. This does not look good. He was seen wearing a sleeve and a brace of some sort on his left leg Tuesday, in addition to what appeared to be a brace on his left ankle. He was walking without a limp. And he's saying all the right things here, but it's so hard to figure out where we are with this because very few people have even ever heard of this injury, Jay.
Yeah. And let me to take a step back, he shouldn't have played.
Right.
They're up 2-0. Any rest would it seem, anytime you're injured or you're hurt, rest is the key.
Mm-hmm.
That goes with just about anything. Now, of course, even if you got a broken bone or fractured bones, even rest is still going to heal it at some point in time. Even if it wasn't to be casted up, it would heal. But with that being said, I think that the Celtics have, the caveat of not having to play him tonight. And so I think it's a smart move. Just sit him out, see if it gets better. It doesn't sound like it because as the way you explained it, this is something that may need surgery. We don't even know.
Yeah, Joe Mazzulla said this is serious.
Yeah,
and it's not like, he's got a sprained ankle and so had a sprained ankle and blah blah. It's like, who in the world has had this? Never even heard of this.
It. Yeah,
which could cut both ways, but we'll see. No Porzingis tonight, so that's the biggest question. Does that open the door for the Mavs tonight? We'll see. Question 2, what do you think, Jay? Will Kyrie have a bust out game tonight?
I would like to say yes, but I need to see it to believe it. But I'll say yes. I think he's going to have to for the Mavs to be in contention to win this game. A bust out means what? Like he goes for 30 and 10 or he's
like,
okay.
He's making jumpers. Time out, Boston. There's no answer for Kyrie tonight.
I like to say yes. I'll say yes.
Mm-hmm.
How about yourself?
I would guess no, because I just think, as I said when we were going over all this before it started, Boston's backcourt, especially their whole team, but especially the backcourt, they're so good defensively that I think they are just uniquely equipped to deal with Kyrie and Luka. That said, he makes a few shots tonight back at home. He could turn that on its head. But I think he's struggling, not so much because, he's not playing well, but I think Boston is just forcing them out. But, you got no Porzingis tonight. You got Kyrie if he has a big game. This whole thing starts to shift the other way potentially. Question 3, will Tatum have a bust-out game? Because he hadn't been shooting well at all.
Yeah, I'm going to say no. I think he stays in pocket, has a decent game. And, Celtics are right there at the end. Could go either way, Mavs, Celtics. I don't think anybody gets blown out, but I'd say no. I think Tatum's going to be kind of this series. He's going to have one game. And, I'm kind of going back on what I think. I think the Mavs are in trouble. But for me, if the Celtics win this series, I don't think they need Tatum to be outstanding, which we've seen the first 2 games. I think he's going to have one performance within the 4 if they win, where it's like, okay, that was the Tatum game, a great quarter. Like there's going to be something memorable for him within that game, but I don't see him having, carrying this team. I don't see him going for 40. I don't see him going for, being the guy. He really is in, and I don't want to say in trouble because I'm pretty sure if you asked him, he'd want to win a championship before Finals MVP. I don't even see him really being a Finals MVP unless he has like outstanding games for the 2 games they win.
Yeah. I don't know what the odds are, but I would guess he's well down on the list right now.
He's got to at least be around 5.
Yeah. It's interesting because this who's better, Tatum or Brown, that's been a thing this series. Jason Kidd said it before the last game, and a lot of people accused him of trying to play Jedi mind tricks. He's trying to pit those 2 against each other. He said today, he was on XM Sirius, Jason Kidd said, I was just being honest. I think the way they've been playing, I think Brown's better. I don't know, but it's funny because all the people like Drapes, he was in Boston a long time. There's a lot of people that shake their heads and say, "No, you don't get it. You don't see all that Tatum does because he breaks down the whole defense and then, kicks it out. But at some point, he's got to make shots.
Yeah.
If he wants to be considered one of the greatest players.
Yeah. He's got to.
He's so laid back.
He is. But you know, the other part about that too, for me, is he's very volatile in his game logs. And, we don't read box scores around here on the Drive Guys, but
I do.
There have been many opportunities for Tatum to have his moment, his coming of age moment. And he's close. He's had great games. He's put up numbers, 40, 50, done it in the playoffs. And of course, in the finals, it's like he has a good game, bad game, 2 bad games, 1 good game. There's something missing for me when it comes to Jason Tatum taking that last step. And it could just be the championship. He's part of the winner. I mean, 8 years in the league, 8 years in the playoffs. That's big time. 6 in the final. 6 in the Eastern Conference Finals or more. But I think he's got to almost what people question Steph Curry about the last few years.
I agree completely. I was thinking that same thing.
Like Jason Tatum's kind of that guy.
I agree.
Where Curry, as much as people talked about it, it was kind of like, Curry did his thing in some finals. Tatum is really like,
yeah,
bro, where you at?
He needs that clear cut in a finals game. I'm the man.
I'm the guy.
Get on my back.
Yes.
Like to quote Cedric Maxwell from years ago. Going back to the finals they had against the Warriors in 22. And I don't know, I think his numbers were good and he had some big games, but there were too many times when they needed him to really take over a game and it didn't happen.
Well,
maybe that's unfair, but if anybody wants us to think of him, if he wants us to think of him as one of the great players in the league, you have to seize this moment.
Yeah. And if my mind serves me correct, one of those games, didn't he go 0 for 1 for 17 or something?
I'd have to double check
something
that.
Crazy, a wild stat, a negative stat that you just don't want to have attached to your name.
I think he was hurt a little bit, but even then, at some point, you just run out of those reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're, unfortunately, we live in the era where society, when it comes to sports, where if you don't win the ring or you don't win the big one, people start to question how great you are. He's a great player. He's a good player. He's a star. He could be the face of this league. I understand what you're saying. He's laid back. I think he has to win too. When it comes to not only just regular season, we're starting to question Tatum like we did with Kevin Durant, like some people did with Steph Curry, like LeBron faced early on. We on this show we talk about LeBron playing against the Celtics and going where he's like 24 for 25 or something crazy. Had 25 straight points almost, like something ridiculous. But it was Game 6 in Celtics back in 2011. But I think Tatum has to do something where it's memorable and you start to think about it and you don't forget it.
Yeah, and I know it's not easy, but I just know tonight without Porzingis on the road, this would be a great chance for him to have a signature game. The team could use it. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of people pointing out rightly that team's so good, they don't need him to have a great game. They can still win. But tonight would be a night, little shorthanded on the road, where it'd be tremendous for Boston to get their best player going. All right, I got us tonight.
Put him away.
Yeah. We have from Soulshine Band, who, by the way, had his own 5 questions. And so far, I think we're right there. We're in lockstep on what these questions are. But he says, Tatum is better overall, but Brown is having the better series and playoff run this year. Brown has played a lot of great defense in the playoffs this year.
About right. I agree with that.
And that's the other thing about Tatum that I don't think I give him enough credit for. He's a really excellent defender. And I was watching some film today. Nerd. The Mavericks went after him on a couple possessions in the last game. And they got Luka isolated on him, and it didn't go well.
Is he a great defender, though?
He's great. I think he's a very good defender. The thing I was reading today, whoever wrote it said, he's going to be all defense before you know it. I don't know. I think he's a very good
8 years in, he ain't been all defense. So I don't know about when do we start to 12
I would
years?
say very good defender. If you don't want to say great, I'll give you that.
Yeah, he's not great. He's a good. Because I've seen, the Warriors abused him in the series of 22. They were getting at him. There's some time for Tatum to still change the dial of where, you know, the trajectory or the finality of his career. He's only been in the game for 8, but he has to have some moments that we start to remember in big finals, not just playoffs, but definitely in the finals.
I am right there with you on what you said about Steph. I was thinking the same thing. Steph was one of the best players on one of the best teams ever, and he won back-to-back MVPs, but he hadn't won that finals MVP. And a lot of people said, Steph's a great shooter, but he can't take over a game like the greats like Jordan or Kobe, until he did it in game 4 against Boston in 22.
Single-handedly won it.
And then it's like, okay, he did it.
Third quarter, he just went crazy. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. He put on a show, a absolute show.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Boston was about to seize that series.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he said, nope.
Yeah.
I'll take this right on back home. And I think, you know, we see greats and we see what they do in big moments. You know, not all moments are in the finals, but if you're really talking Jason Tatum, what's his playoff moment right now?
Right.
Like, if you say Jason Tatum in Eastern Conference finals or, you know, or the finals, which they haven't won, or even second round, like, he's had great games. You know, he's had 40-point games, but what's his moment? What has been his moment so far?
Yeah, I think it's he still needs to have one, and tonight be a great time for him to have
get 50 and put them away.
And then, essentially would, right? 3-0 lead.
Oh, that's over.
Question 4. I bet you're right there with me, Soulshine Band. Can Luka hold up?
I'm gonna say no.
Really?
Yeah. I think he's gonna play through it, but I don't think he's gonna hold up.
Yeah, he's got. It's kind of like, remember Raiders of the Lost Ark? There's a scene where we're on the boat and Indiana Jones is on the boat, and he's like, what's her name, Karen Allen or whoever it is. Was there any part of you that doesn't hurt? And he points like right there in his chin and goes, maybe this a little bit. That's what Luka's like right now.
Yeah,
just everything.
Yeah, he's hurting,
just barking.
He's barking.
You ever heard that?
Of course, yeah.
My dogs are barking.
Of course, yeah. The whole body is barking.
Yeah,
just yeah. I go back to the picture that my friend sent me, and he was like, "Hey, this is how we feel." I saw Luka have 5-6 ice packs in 5-6 different areas, and this was post game, game 2. And you could just tell, man, the season has caught up to him. The playoffs has caught up to him. You know, Boston, for everything we continuing to keep on hearing, is they're physical, they're playing physical, and he's banged up.
Yeah,
he's toughing it out though, but he's banged up.
He is. You know, I don't like him, but I gotta begrudgingly say, man, he's having a great playoff series. Wasn't it the guy we talked to yesterday from The Athletic, Drape's boy? Wasn't it Tony Jones that said Luka right now is paying the price physically for having to get through all those tough teams in the
Western Conference, right? Compared to the Celtics had a cakewalk, you know, yellow brick road, ease on down the road. They haven't had to play, no running into the Giannis's, you know, the Joel Embiid's fully healthy. Like they really slipped through the Eastern Conference really unscathed. They didn't have to play too many difficult teams.
Nope.
And the teams they played, you know, they didn't have their normal. They didn't have their stars. They were banged up. They were hurt. They definitely had the yellow brick road to the NBA Finals. And, you know, look, all you got to do is be good in 4 when it comes to the finals. It sounds, you know, daunting, but they're kind of running into a Mavs team that might be banged up as well.
Yes. And for Dallas now to have to win, 4 of the next 5, basically.
That's tough.
It is tough, but if Porzingis is out, it's a little more even. I think maybe a lot more even. I still give Boston a slight edge, but man, that would be a huge factor. He's not playing tonight. We don't know about the rest of the games, but to me, it seems, well, certainly possible, but to me, likely that he'll play some, but he ain't going to be playing like he did early in the series.
No,
we'll see.
Absolutely not.
Because he's got a torn reticulum.
Retinal or something it was.
Retiniculum?
I have no clue.
Whatever it is. And then question 5, are the Mavs not playing well, or are the Celtics just keeping them from playing their game?
Combination of both. I think it's a combination of both. I think the Celtics are definitely causing a difference a different team, causing the Mavs to play different than what we have seen them, especially against the Timberwolves, in the first couple of series. But I would also say the Mavs seem to have lost steam. The Mavs have also, as we just talked about, to me, they feel banged up.
Mm-hmm.
They feel, everyone doesn't say, and how many times we continue to hear this all the time throughout sports? No one's healthy at this point in the season. I get it. Understandable. But I think they're not only hurting, I think they're injured. I think Luka's really injured.
Mm-hmm.
And he would get slow roasted. Probably not even slow. They'd probably fast cook Luka if he was like, you know what? Can't play tonight.
Oh, yeah.
What? You make it to the finals. If you can walk, you can get out there. You know how many people are going to say that? They would roast Luka for not being out on the floor. I truly believe he's injured.
I do too, and I'll give him this. I don't root for him, and I've said he seems to perform more than he competes. But right now, he's competing at a very high level, overcoming a lot because I'm sure he recognizes, he's very young and it's his first finals, but who knows if he is ever going to get back to them? You just don't know.
Very true.
Yeah,
but
he's making the most of it.
And this the other thing too that goes with this, Whitey, is Kyrie not performing puts more pressure on Luka, but because Kyrie has done it in the finals, we've seen him play well. Everybody goes back to that jumper. Beyond that, Kyrie ain't just been balled out in the finals, but he's kind of slipping through the cracks. A lot of people, and we started earlier, in this 5-question session of, Derek White, Drew Holiday, they're tough defensively. Man, this dude's supposed to be Uncle Drew.
Mm-hmm.
The greatest ball handler to ever touch, above Pistol Pete and all this other stuff. You got to go out there and ball, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
That ain't all Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday ain't the greatest defensive player to ever step on the floor, I don't think. I mean, Kyrie's got to respond.
He does. This is a important series for his legacy, if you put any stock in that. How he's going to be remembered. Right now you look at Kyrie and boy, he made the big shot against the Warriors, right? They won the championship, but then he left and been a lot of strange stuff. And he kind of abandoned some teams. He walked away from some teams, but now he's got a chance. He's figured things out, or he's focusing on his basketball, and he's helped Dallas get to the finals against his old team. But if he just, folds up and blows away the rest of the series, it's like, oh, well, I thought it'd be different. I thought he would change the way we thought about him, but I guess not. So tonight's the night he has to do something about that.
Yeah, he better come out, pistols blazing and do what he needs to do against this vaunted Boston Celtics backcourt. But I think he's kind of getting a pass, and maybe it's just from the national media. I'm not sure. Locally, I haven't been tied down to see what's going down, in Dallas or and surrounding areas in Texas. But I haven't really heard too much, heat put on Kyrie.
I would guarantee you, if they lose tonight and he doesn't play well, Stephen A. tomorrow is going to go off on Kyrie Irving. Where is Kyrie Irving?
You think he's screaming?
Where's he at? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guarantee you. He's going to tear into him tomorrow.
Have you seen anything for Kyrie? Like any pushback on him yet?
I think Stephen may have already lit into him a little bit. I have to double check on that. And to his credit, Kyrie is saying that about himself. He's like, man, I got to be better.
Well, yeah, very true. That
you're not making excuses.
Yeah,
or he's like, okay, I got to be a lot better.
But check this out, Whitey. This is a conversation that we got the legend Jerry Reynolds getting ready to come on next segment. So I'm gonna cut it a little short. Just because you admit that you aren't balling, don't mean you ain't balling. If that makes sense.
Huh?
Like,
what?
okay, just because you're saying, I got to be better.
That's not an excuse for not being
and
better.
You ain't went out there and been better.
I know.
Doesn't mean you still can't catch some smoke.
Right.
Like you still need to be better.
Right.
And just because you went out there and wearing it, we give people passes. Well, he did go out there and say He didn't play ball. I don't care. He still didn't go play ball.
That's not the immunity token.
No,
Survivor.
Get out. It ain't the get out of jail free pass card on Monopoly.
Yeah.
No, man, you still got a ball.
The great Jerry Reynolds is going to join us. We'll get his thoughts on the series and also what Jerry remembers the most about the legend that we lost today, Jerry West, next on Sactown Sports. Kyrie Irving.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Gold Rush Classic is a celebrity pro-am golf tournament, a celebrity skins challenge, a $1 million hole-in-one contest, a celebrity draft party, an awards party, an incredible farm-to-fork dinner, and a fabulous concert under the stars. The Gold Rush Classic raises money for Make-A-Wish, Jordan's Guardian Angels, First Tee of Sacramento, and other worthwhile children's charities. It's happening August 22nd and 23rd at Rancho Murrieta. Imagine playing golf with an All-Pro or Hall of Famer like Brown, Fernandez, Ostertag, Theus, Jackson, Polynice, Sharp, and our own Greg Vaughn. The Gold Rush Classic offers this exciting opportunity, along with a chance to win the Rancho Murrieta Homes and Land $1 million Swing for Charity Hole-in-One contest. Rancho Murrieta Homes and Land is a full-service award-winning realtor and a proud sponsor of the Gold Rush Classic. For sponsorship information, visit goldrushclassic.org. That's goldrushclassic.org.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy happiness. But money did buy your boat, where you find peace fishing, unlike at home with 3 teenage daughters. Because fish never argue about who stole whose crop top, or get mad the other fish used up all the hot water. No, they just swim around, never embarrassed to be seen with you in public. So save money by bundling your boat or RV insurance with home or auto from Progressive. And buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 10% on your choice of any 10 or more stock kitchen cabinets and countertops. Plus, save an extra 5% every day on eligible purchases when you use your Lowe's business credit card. Visit us for the materials you need. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. 5% off or subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store at lowes.com/credit for details.
Hey everybody, it's your boy Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I can't tell you how much I love my new SUV. It is truly amazing. And I got special news just for you. Right now at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, you can receive your first month's payment up to $1,500 on them on select new 2024 GLE vehicles. Or how about the all-new E-Class right now at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton? They have over 80 pre-owned vehicles in stock, including off-brand trucks, SUVs, and sedans. And they have rates starting at 1.99% APR on select certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz. And Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has a Vans Fleet Center with rates starting at 4.9% APR plus customer bonus cash incentives on approved credit. Head on over to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, just off I-5, or online at mbfstockton.com.
Carmichael Dave here, reminding you this Father's Day, you can make your backyard the ultimate retreat with Amy's Outdoor Living, your grilling headquarters. See the new Red Hot barbecue brands, Napoleon and Rectech. Napoleon grills, perfect gas, perfect infrared grilling, built to last. And those Rectech pellet grills, they're built like a tank and offer the #1 rated grilling app. Now, Amy Also features Weber, Big Green Egg, and Traeger gas and pellet grills like I have, and the Gosney professional pizza ovens. Guys, I threw my old pizza oven out. I got the Gosney in my backyard. It is so awesome to do pizza at home with the family. Free setup and delivery on $3.99 and over purchases. Save 40% off selected in-stock patio furniture and umbrellas. Visit their clearance center in the Sacramento store for scratch and dent savings. Amy's Outdoor Living, El Camino near Watt, and inside Amy Ace Hardware in the El Dorado Town Center.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
About to be joined by a legend. The great Jerry Reynolds going to join us in just a moment here. It's Whitey and Jay. Got Compio on the chat asking, is Draper listening to the broadcast right now in Cabo? Draper barely listens to the broadcast when he's here.
When he's on the chair.
Yeah, so I would doubt it, Compio, but we'll find out. He'll be back on Tuesday. Right now, we head up to the beauty of the Tahoe area.
Ooh, I'm jealous.
Nice enough to join us from his sprawling estate there. Kings icon. Jerry Reynolds, how are you, Coach?
Pretty good. Yes, nice. I'm looking around. I don't see sprawling, but anyway, it could have several different meetings, I guess.
Jay was asking me what you do up there, and I know you just kind of like to hang out. You don't go fishing or anything like that, do you?
No, fish don't bother me. I don't bother them. That's been my motto. If they jump out and try to attack me, then we'll have a go at it. But basically, I like to walk and then ride bikes. I ride bikes up here, and sometimes kayak a little bit. But
nice. Kayak. Now, is that a one-man kayak or is that a two-man?
I can't get along with anybody that long, so it has to be one man.
You and Mrs. Reynolds don't go out on the two-person?
No, that's one of the reasons we've been married 56 years. We don't do that. No.
Gotcha. Well, we appreciate your time, Coach. And before we get to, really wanted to get your thoughts on the great Jerry West. But before we get to that, we just found out a short time ago, no Porzingis for Boston tonight. To what extent do you expect that might kind of level the playing field for the Mavs?
Well, I think it does kind of level the playing field. I think that's exactly it. I think without Porzingis, it's going to give the Mavs, obviously, with Kyrie and Luka, their ability to get all the way to the basket, and then plus, get them back maybe in the lob game a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing. As they beat Oklahoma City and Minnesota, we saw a lot of lobs from those guys to Lively and Gafford, and boy, that Lively has been not very lively here late.
Yeah, I don't know how you feel, and obviously your opinion matters more than mine, frankly. But as I know, Dallas hasn't played great, but to my eye, it's more Boston keeping them from doing the things they like to do than it is them just not playing well.
Well, I think that doesn't surprise me. I thought going in, the one thing that Boston has that nobody else has, there are four guys, Derek White and Tatum, Brown, and certainly Drew Holiday. They're all terrific defenders.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you make them switch, all you're doing is just switching from one really good defender to another really good defender.
Mm-hmm.
And Luka and Kyrie haven't had to deal with that.
Yeah.
They could seek somebody out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, who you seeking?
Yeah.
And I think that's really been a real thing. Those four guys are all outstanding defenders, and really Drew Holiday and I think Tatum is probably the weakest of the four, and he's really good.
Legend, do you think, and this is something I believe you told me you were listening to the show, me and Whitey were having this conversation. Let's just say the Celtics go on to win this series and Tatum kind of sits where he's at right now, nothing extravagant. Do you look at him as needing something special to happen in the next couple of games for them to win, or would you be, and I think I know where you're going, would you be okay with where he sits in the pantheon of history if he just had a couple of ho-hum average games, but they won a championship?
Well, I mean, if they win the championship, then he's a champion. But I will say, I mean, he needs to, if he wants to be considered kind of the face of the league or one of the top 5 guys in the league, he's got to play significantly better, I think. I agree with Jason Kidd. I think Jaylen Brown's been their best player.
Yeah.
And actually, I thought that he's been their best player for a while, to be honest with you. Yeah, he's not their best scorer, but best player. I think, Brown kind of is the Celtics version of a Scottie Pippen. He's just a great all-around player that can do about it, whatever needs to be done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you, Jerry. Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of Boston people, when you say that, they act like, they kind of pat you on the head and go, no, you don't know what you're seeing. But it's pretty clear here, at least in this postseason, who's been the better player. But I want to invite you on, and we very much appreciate your time, as always. I want to invite you on here after we heard the news that we lost Jerry West today. And wasn't he one of your very first favorite basketball players?
He was. He and Oscar Robertson, as I was growing up, I'm several years behind them, about 6 years behind them, both of them. And they were my heroes. And I think everybody that grows up, their heroes are usually 4 to 6 years ahead, that sort of thing. And, just really, obviously, deservedly so. Truly, Jerry, one of the all-time great players. And of course, I was lucky enough to get to know him well and spend a lot of time with him. And I mean, I always remember my first meeting with Jerry. I was just been on the job about a week in Sacramento, and Frank Campbell and assistant, I flew down. We were going to meet Bill Burchett, one of the assistants for the Lakers, to learn a little bit about their video program. And Bill was a little late, and then Jerry was there, and it just was so nice, and spent time with us. And, it's like I was, about to wet my pants, it was like my hero. And I, just try not to embarrass myself, but is Jerry West, treating me very nicely and kindly and just wow, Jerry West. And then, over the years, it was great because, we visited a lot because when I was in the front office in particular, because Jerry would always, he'd talk about once a week about different players and stuff, because quite honestly, he didn't see the Kings as a competition to the Lakers. And so he'd want to know, he knew I talked to guys around the league, and Jerry was always, he didn't miss anything, and, but I'd always get a kick out of him. He'd always say, when he'd call, he'd always tell me, Jerry, you're one of my favorite guys in the league, and I said, Jerry, you tell everybody the same thing. And I asked after about a couple of years, I said, Jerry, you're one of my favorite guys, but I know damn well I ain't one of your favorites. and then the last story, and gosh, it's just so sad. But anyway, he was a Memphis general manager.
Yeah. And
I was doing TV. And anyway, we was at some sort of a scouting combine or something. And while I was visiting with you guys, he walked up, and it's been about a week. We'd played the Grizzlies and beat them in a close game or something. And he walked up and he said, Jerry, he said, I think you might be the biggest homer of all the broadcasters in the league. And I said, well, thank you. I said, now you don't realize I really appreciate that. I said, what you don't know is your guys need to be bigger homers than they are, the way things are going for you this year. and he just laughed. He said, I give up. So, but when you really, and Jerry West, in my opinion, I don't think anybody disputed. He's probably the most influential person in basketball in the last 50 years, as a player, all-time great. They coached very successfully, all-time executive. I don't think anybody would put anybody ahead of him unless it would be Red Auerbach. And I would dispute that, since West was outstanding in a couple of places.
Yeah.
And so, just a marvelous career. And, one of those guys that was just driven, maybe to a fault.
Yeah.
I think that, he was, there's no doubt that, he was about perfection. And, it probably took its toll on him in a lot of ways. I always said he was one of those guys that just almost never seemed to enjoy success and greatness, and it's a shame. But but truly, the logo he was the logo and deserved to be the logo, and we'll never see another like him. That's for sure.
No, and I have a feeling he's always going to be the logo. You mentioned how he never missed anything, and I'd read a story about he was driving in his car with Mitch Kupchak, and they're driving along, and they see something on the side of the road, or Kupchak does, and he says, "Did you see that?" And Jerry says, kind of, he says, "Yeah, I see everything." Is that maybe what made him such a great executive or talent evaluator? Because you've done it yourself, and you were very good. What do you think separated him, made him as great as he was?
Well, I really did try to be with him in a lot of scouting situations, because obviously, I always felt like being around people like himself and Pete Carroll, be around people that are smarter than you are. You might learn something if you shut up and listen sometimes. But I always remember him telling me, this was early on. I asked him about, when you're looking at a player, what are you thinking? He told me, he said, first thing most guys do, they focus on all the things the guy can't do. He says, I focus on what he's really good at. And then try to decide, will that translate to the NBA? Will what he's really good at, will he really be good at that, at the next level? And then he said, then he said, then I look at what he doesn't do. And then I say, can you teach it? The fundamental skills, you can teach those, the weaknesses. That, I said, what you don't know is, and you'll never know, is how bad does he want to work at his game and that sort of thing. There's always those things. But, he said, if look at some of the really good players, might have weaknesses, but they're so good at other things. Luka Doncic is a pretty good example. Everybody wants to focus away. He's not a good individual defender. Okay. But, he can control when even hurt, he can control a game like a few others.
Jerry, of all the, everyone's talking about Jerry West and writing about him, and of all the things I've seen today, that's the most fascinating Jerry West nugget I've heard all day. That's incredible. Yeah, that's amazing.
Well, he was. I always say, that's the thing I always thought about, like guys like Jerry West and Pete Carroll. They always saw things and understood things that I didn't, and I wanted to learn, and like I say, so many people, I'd be around other scouts who had all the answers and they didn't even know the questions, it's like, they'd be around Jerry, they'd be wanting to tell him how smart they were, and it's just like, what are you, come on guys, do you not know? I'd be like one of Jesus' disciples trying to lecture him,
Yeah. Wow.
Man.
Yeah.
Joined by the legendary Jerry Reynolds. Legend, this was something that we had discussed a little earlier on the show, and of course, it wouldn't be anybody better to ask than you. Is Jerry West really like the first or one of the first superstars of this league?
Yeah, I would say so. Before, certainly he and Oscar came in, in a little bit like Bird and Magic. And they certainly took it to another level because they had become relatively big stars in college at that time because there was sub games on TV, which before there was almost none. So they came in with a lot of fanfare, and certainly people, any basketball fan, were well aware of them. Their track record, in college was fantastic, and so everybody knew they would be great. And so, yeah, I think so. And I always remember West telling me an interesting story, about Oscar. He said, which I thought was very self-observant, both those guys. That's why they were so great. But he said, when I came to the league, I wasn't near as good as Oscar. He said he was just notches above me and everybody else. But he said, by the time we got about fifth year, he said, I think I was every bit as good as Oscar and maybe even got better. You know, I mean, he was just being observant, you know, and I think that's very true because he was more athletic than Oscar. And so as he aged, you know, his quickness and speed probably made up for some other things. But I just thought that was kind of neat how, you know, of course, and I think most great players do, are they're able to look at themselves probably a little more accurately than others.
You know, I remember when J.J. Redick, about 2 years ago, whatever it was, year and a half, he made his crack about, you know, those guys used to play against plumbers, and Jerry West was offended by that. You know, I know that the game's a little different now, but I mean, tell me if I'm wrong. From what I know, Jerry Reynolds would have destroyed J.J. Redick. Am I right? I mean, there's still a question. Jerry West, pardon me. Jerry West, if he played now, Jerry West would certainly be a superstar, and he certainly was better than a guy like J.J. Redick.
Well, if he played against J.J. Redick in his prime and West was in his prime, West would have got 50 and J.J. would have got 7 or 8.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's a fact because West could guard you. I mean, he was a quicker, longer version of Drew Holiday in his best. And that's the truth. He was an all-time great. I always remember the defensive game when he was, I think it was a 25th win, you know, when the Lakers won 33 straight.
Yeah.
They were in Atlanta, and it was for the 25th or 6th, and the Hawks were good. They were a 46-win team with Maravich and Lou Hudson. He guarded Maravich, and I've never seen anybody bother Maravich that much. You know, I mean, Pete, to get his 24-inch, had to take 20 shots plus, you know, and I mean, but anyway, it's just one of those things that just stuck out, you know, as a young coach at that time, like, whoa, I knew this, you know, seeing him in life was really something.
Man, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there, and you talked about Jerry's defense, you've talked about his athleticism, you've talked about, you know, many different capabilities he had. Is there something that really sticks out to you, Legend, when it comes to just, if you were to say Jerry West, it's this?
Well, I would say this. He was about probably the most competitive and to a fault. You know, he's one of those guys that just simply couldn't enjoy winning for the fear that someday they may lose, you know, that sort of thing. But I'll always remember that series against the Celtics where the Lakers lost in 7, but he averaged 44 points a game. And, you know, and that's KC and Sam Jones, great defenders, had no chance. And first time a guy on the losing team was the most valuable player. And I always remember Bill Russell telling me, because I asked him, I said, did that offend you? He said, my gosh, no, everybody knew he was.
Well, I got one more for you. I remember reading that, I think it was George Lynch. I think Dean Smith called up Jerry and said, would you work him out? Because if you work him out, then his stock's going to rise. Was that a thing where if Jerry West worked out a player before the draft, everybody then just took more notice, had more respect for that player just by virtue of that fact?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, if the word got out that Jerry liked the guy, I mean, he moved up 10 spots, you know, I mean, that was, it was, it's kind of like Ed Sullivan putting somebody on the Ed Sullivan show, or when Johnny Carson asked the comedian to come over and sit down, you know.
Wow.
It was he was a made man after when that happened. But yeah, absolutely. And why wouldn't you? I mean, I think, you know, it made perfect sense if in fact, now West wasn't above misleading somebody, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
for to his own advantage, which he used very well. But great judge of talent, and had to respect, you know, basketball wise of everybody. And, you know, in truth, probably not everybody loved him, but you know, I just thought he was, like, still my hero. You know, I mean, and you know, and it's just a sad day when the logo is no longer with us. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
I know, and we appreciate your sharing time with us and sharing your thoughts on that. But, you know, a big part of the Jerry West legend, of course, was Kobe. But if you had a chance, you would have taken Kobe yourself, right? You'd have nipped that thing in the bud.
Well, Jeff Petrie was definitely going to take Kobe, and that's why Jerry West is who he was. He knew that Jeff was going to take him, and he knew he had to trade in front of us to get him.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And so that's what they did. That's when they traded Vlade to Charlotte for the 13th pick.
Yeah.
And we had the 14th. And that's one of those little bits of history that could have went differently. And had that, Kobe had said in his agent that if we took him or anybody else really, or New Jersey in front of us that type, that he would go to Italy. And of course, he could speak Italian, and we thought he would. But like Jeff said, well, he can go, but when he comes back, he'll be a king. And so credit to Jeff. I mean, he wasn't going to be intimidated by an agent. But one last thing, guys, I heard you had the Olden Polynice on today.
Yes.
Yeah, Olden. I really enjoyed Olden. I mean, he could go a lot of different directions, but was a very good player. Very good player.
That was your trade, wasn't it? Pete Chilcutt and 2 picks for him. Yeah.
I don't remember even who we gave. Yeah, I think it was Pete Chilcutt and 2 seconds or something for Olden, and so Olden was a starter, a good center, really.
Yeah, he was.
Very good center on the playoff team, and probably the most physical team the Kings ever had.
Yeah,
for sure. With him and Brian Grant and Mike the Animal Williams and Sharunas Marshall-Lawrence and Mitch Richmond. I mean, they would stamp you down a little bit.
No softies on that team.
No, come on.
Well, like I said, I used to tell Olden, I said, you're the soft one on this team.
Legend, real quick before we let you get out of here, with all the Sasha Vezenkov talk, might want out, doesn't want out. What's your take on that, especially being the person that you are? You've been in that position of being a general manager. We don't know what the real is. We don't know if he's asked. We don't know if the team has told him. We don't know. What's your take on the Sasha Vezenkov situation right now?
Well, I say this. I mean, I don't think he's in a great position to demand much of anything.
Yeah.
That start there. I don't know what the truth is. If he wants out, I think the Kings it'd be to their advantage to find a way. Certainly it'd be to his advantage to find a way. And so I'd start there. I get his frustration, but at some point, you better look inside first. I mean, I certainly the injuries and all that, but he did not play as well as any of us expected. And how much is on him? Well, I generally think players are supposed to play, and now he didn't get a lot of minutes. We all know that, but I guess I just sum it up this way. I look at this team going forward, and Sasha could help, but he's not what they need.
Yeah. That's they got more pressing needs, don't they, than what's going on?
They got more pressing needs. I mean, not that he couldn't be a support player, if he really could get comfortable and make some shots, but the lack of athleticism that they have now and length, he doesn't, in my opinion, he doesn't solve any of those problems.
Jerry, thank you very much. We really, really appreciate it. And I think, I know it's a difficult day for you, but I think you've helped a lot of us, deal with our sadness. So thank you for that. And we hope to talk to you again soon.
Kent, you always enjoy it, guys. You guys take care. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Jerry Reynolds, up there in the Tahoe area. It is sprawling Reynolds Estate in Tahoe.
Must be nice.
Yeah.
Why? I should ask why he didn't take me.
Yeah. I remember, when he cried at the last game, we thought it was going to be the last game, but I really appreciate that from Jared. Cause that was, this is a sad day for him. Yeah.
Well, and when you have personal relationships with people who go on, and leave us here in our physical, it's tough, man.
Yeah.
It's one of those things.
Hero and you get to know him, and
it's one of the toughest things to handle in life. How many times do, we're confronted with that and we hear, I don't have the words, and so for for the legend Jerry Reynolds to pop on and have those words, man, it just is a test to who he is.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. When we come back, we'll take a look at a ranking of the NBA's 30 head coaching jobs. Where would you rank the Kings head coaching job? We'll see how that compares to this list when we come back to Sactown Sports.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRE3 Weather Center. Skies will stay clear through the night tonight. Our overnight lows will drop down into the upper 50s with the help of a good delta breeze, and that breeze will keep highs in the upper 80s during the day tomorrow. Get the latest forecast on the KCRE News and the KCRE3 app.
Your water heater, old, rusty, forgotten, we hardly ever even think about them until there's no hot water. Right now, get incredible rebates up to $3,000 off and financing available for as little as $40 a month. Leave it to Bonnie to crank up the heat.
Power Business Technology is proud to be 100% independent, locally owned, and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a 2022 Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at PowerCopier.com.
At the Good Feet store, we take pain very seriously. Whether in the foot, knee, hip, or back, Good Feet makes over 300 styles, flexibilities, and sizes of pain-relieving arch supports. With 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 muscles, tendons, and ligaments in each foot, a lot can go painfully wrong. So there's a trained arch support specialist at each Good Feet store to give you a precision fit. Come in for a free fitting and test walk. No appointment necessary. Good Feet arch supports are HSA, FSA eligible.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Vacaville. Online at goodfeet.com.
Save on rows and rows of new Hondas during our giant summer sale at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Ridgeline, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hey sports fans, it's JaVale McGee here. Are you ready for the event of the summer? It's the Jug Life Charity Softball Game hosted at Sutter Health Park on Saturday, June 15th. Join me and all my celebrity friends for the #1 event of the summer as our incredible community comes together for a cause that counts. The Jug Life Charity Softball Game isn't just about softball. It's about giving back. All proceeds go to the water education programs and providing clean water to communities in need. Thanks to your support, our team with Jug Life is making a real difference, bringing hope and health to those who need it the most. Bring your family and friends for a day you won't forget. Cheer on your favorite stars as they hit it out the park for a great cause. Come celebrate Father's Day weekend at the Jug Life Charity Softball Game that's happening on Saturday, June 15th. Don't miss out. Get your tickets now at juglifewater.com. That's juglifewater.com. Join us, have fun, and make a difference. Jug Life. Drink water, give water, save water.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Get ready for the Kia Vacaville Summer Sticker Sales Event. This is your chance to make it a summer to remember with incredible deals on select 2024 Sportage and Sorrento vehicles. Kia Vacaville is offering an amazing 1.9% APR for up to 48 months for well-qualified buyers.
or you'll get $1,000 bonus cash on specialty tag 2024 Sportage and Sorrento models. It's the perfect time to upgrade your ride and start your summer adventures. Imagine cruising down the highway in your new Kia from Kia Vacaville, enjoying the advanced features and comfort of the Sportage or Sorrento. Whether you're planning a road trip or just driving around town, these vehicles are designed to elevate your experience. But don't wait too long. These unbeatable deals won't last forever. Your adventure starts now at Kia Vacaville, where every journey is an adventure. Visit them today and find the perfect vehicle for your summer plans. Model availability, lease options, and features may vary. Please visit Kia Vacaville for more details.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your flagship station for the Beam Team.
Should we light the beam? Light the beam, baby.
Sactown Sports.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Here we go. NBA Finals resuming with Game 3 tonight. No Kristaps Porzingis tonight. Recovering from the rare leg injury he sustained. I believe he's still officially listed as day-to-day, so we'll see about Game 4. We'll see if Boston even needs him in Game 4. Jay and Whitey today, and we're just talking to the great Jerry Reynolds. Jerry, by the way, had some amazing Jerry West stories. You might want to, well, you definitely want to check that out on our website once we get that posted, sactownsports.com. If you missed it, Jerry and Jerry, they were good friends. So it was an amazing opportunity to catch up with Jerry Reynolds on some great Jerry West stuff. But we also talked to JR about this Tatum Brown thing. And I'm glad to hear him say it. Jerry Reynolds says, right now, Jaylen Brown's a better player. And again, as I mentioned, when you say that to longtime Bostonians, they say, not really. You don't understand what's going on. But right now, you got Jaylen Brown in the finals, 56% shooting, 21.5 points a game. And you got Tatum shooting 32% from the floor on 17 points per game. Now they're 2-0, so whatever. But definitely Tatum needs to step up his game if he wants to have any chance to be recognized as, that's the guy for the Celtics.
Well, I think he's recognized as the guy, but maybe as far as what the playoff, like the anointing of, he's the guy.
Yeah, the biggest stage.
The star.
Finals MVP, like you were saying. That's what I'm talking about.
What I found interesting was Jerry said that Jaylen is Scottie Pippen-like. I found that very interesting. I'm like, that's bigger praise right there. It's big praise.
The big thing about that is it implies that Tatum's like Michael Jordan. And I don't think he meant to do that.
Yeah, but I think he was basically saying like he's the better all-around player. When you really look at, and this is, this got to be detrimental to a lot of Michael Jordan fans, and he's the GOAT and everything else.
Don't blaspheme MJ now. You don't need to do that.
I'm not going to do that. But all-around ball player, I think most people really realize like Pippen probably was the better all-around ball player. But at the same time, Jordan was, and this is what Jerry said, Jordan, and he didn't say Jordan, but players are so good at something that you forget the deficit of what they're not as good as in. And so I think that's the thing about Jordan was he was so great at 2 or 3 different things that people kind of, Pippen's not better than him, which he's not. We get it. But right. Pippen was a heck of an all-around ball player now.
I'll tell you what, the story that Jerry Reynolds shared about how Jerry West would evaluate a player, I'm going to remember that the rest of my life. And every time I look at a player in any sport and just try to figure out, just for the heck of it, obviously not for professional reasons, but how good is this guy? That's how I'm going to look at him.
Basically, what is he good or great at?
Yeah.
And does it transform into playing in the game of the NBA. And then we'll look at to see if what he is, what his deficit is. Can we teach it?
Right.
Which is,
yeah.
I mean, that's a great way of looking at things.
Yeah. Like if a guy's too slow, he's just too slow. You can't teach him to be faster.
Very true.
Yeah.
But you know what? And I'm not calling myself Jerry West here. I'm not Jerry West. So, and I think I've said this a few times on this show. There are questions that I would love to sit down and have conversations with scouts, because some things are just common sense. You can see certain guys are going to be good at this and certain guys just don't have it. And they continuously are picked for whatever reason. Size, kind of the same situation. Like, okay, this guy's 6'10", we'll teach him to shoot. Where it's like, he's never going to have that. And that's why, as much as, it's kind of like hearing Jerry Reynolds say that's what Jerry West, how he operated, is mind blowing. But to me, I'm like, that's kind of really common sense. People who are running the league just don't operate in common sense sometimes. And I think that's why, fans, you see people get up in arms, and then you hear people like us or, quote unquote analysts, reporters, well, okay, then armchair GM. It's like, yeah, but let me tell you, there's some sharp cats in this world, man, who would really run a team probably better than a general manager.
That's actually true. I don't know that Kyle Draper would agree with that.
Yeah, of course not. Because he's one of those guys who's in the position of being someone, an analyst, a reporter, someone who's been around the game. He's got skin in the game. And so it's very hard to look yourself in the mirror. Remember, understand, to be good, to be great, you must have an ego. I'm a true believer of that.
Yeah.
If you don't, you probably will never reach where you need to go. Now, some people don't, no matter what, but
you get too easily discouraged.
Yes. I respect
Someone tells
that.
You you're no good. If you don't have the ego, you go,
you might be right. Right. So I respect what Drapes is saying.
Yeah.
But
I was just kidding because Drapes always, when people they have their ideas on the text line and the chat about trades, he goes, I don't want to hear it.
That's very true. But that's a little different, because the tough part, we know when you do trades, and that's where most people, kind of get caught up in it, is they put the numbers in the trade machine, numbers got to match. Yeah, but that's not a relationship.
Right.
And that's what it takes to make trades. You got to have a relationship to tango, right? And so if you don't have those relationship skills, if your mouthpiece ain't right, if you can't learn to show empathy, if you can't learn when to tell your mate no, like all these different things go into a relationship. And so to me, that's a little different. I'm just saying, pure scouting, looking at talent. I've always said this. I can walk on a baseball field and see if you got any type of talent by the way you throw the ball and the way you swing. I could tell, bro, you ain't never even played this game. Step out the way. Sometimes it's not rocket science. And I think that's what makes people in the positions that we're in, and, media, you hear some of the GMs and all that. Oh, man, you don't know. Well, guess what? If I had the amount of time and the resources you did, I bet you I probably could do some of the things you do, if not better.
Maybe do it better, yeah. Let's talk to Ramsey here, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Hello, Ramsey. Thanks for hanging. What's up?
No problem. Just getting into this whole, God rest his soul, Jerry West conversation.
Yes, sir.
And I know you brought it up earlier. Jay and I were talking about it. This is the third NBA Hall of Famer that we've lost in just a couple of weeks. Jerry West today, Bill Walton a couple of weeks ago, and Chet Walker. And the main one that many people aren't as familiar with is Chet Walker. He was on the team, the 69-13 76ers team. They ended up beating the Warriors in the finals with Wilt Chamberlain and Billy Cunningham on that team. Then he moved on to Chicago with two Hall of Fame type players in Bob Love and Jerry Sloan, but unfortunately they just couldn't put it together and win a championship together. But Chet Walker, 18-8 over his career.
Yeah,
Jay and I both said this. 18-8 will get you $200 million nowadays in the NBA.
Yes, sir.
For at 6'7", about 200 to 215, 225.
Yep, you're right.
So we've lost a bunch of legends that all live wonderful lives.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, 100% right.
I think thanks for the call, Ramsey. I think you gave those Sixers one extra one. I think they won 68. And then Jerry West team in 72, they actually won 69. Jerry West team actually beat the record that Chet Walker's Sixers had set a few years earlier. But anyway, I'm nitpicking everything.
Early 70 years Bulls teams, man. Those.
But they were in the same division as like Lou Alcindor and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Tough.
Yeah, it was very tough.
Talent aplenty.
Yeah,
at that time.
Very tough.
18-8 though. That's prototypical 3-and-D guy right now.
Yeah, and
6,
back
7.
then it's like 18-8. Of course, that's what he's supposed to do. Of course, it's 18-8.
No 3-point line.
Him and Bob Love. They were good.
You're supposed to. I'm supposed to give you 18-8, and I'm supposed to be Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
like, man, that's amazing.
That's what you get paid $80,000 a year to do. What's wrong with you? When we come back, a glance at a list here of the top coaching jobs in the NBA. All the coaching jobs ranked. Where do you think the Kings job ranks? We find out next when we come right back on Sactown Sports.
My good friends, Dr. Jack Friedlander and Dr. Pash in Roseville and in San Francisco are offering not only confidence, not only security, but also the ability, if you ain't insecure, to go from the roster to the all-star team. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about UpsizeMatters.com. Time after time, vote after vote, circumference, or as we call it, girth, is consistently ranked as the most important attribute. And Dr. Jack and Dr. Pash can give you a free consultation. The procedure can be done on the same day as your consultation with immediate results. It's non-surgical. It's virtually pain-free, safe, effective, long-lasting, semi-permanent, and doctor-performed. For more information, go to UpsizeMatters.com. Go to UpsizeMatters.com. Make that change. Make the all-star team. Get your girth on.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, it was October 17th, 1974, when the A's at the Coliseum beat the Dodgers 3-2. They won the World Series 4-1 for their third straight title. Coming up later this month on June 23rd, when the A's play the Twins. As the A's say goodbye to the Coliseum this year, the A's will honor members of that 74 team in a pregame ceremony.
Want more speed? Well, Xfinity just increased their internet speeds, and they're faster than ever. It's time to get more out of your internet with faster speeds from Xfinity. Now through June 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. That's double the speed for the same great price. Click, call, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and other charges extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
We were just talking about, of course, the passing of Jerry West today, and I happened to mention Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and then I just saw this on Twitter. Kareem posting this. He said, the reason Jerry West is the logo for the NBA is because he embodied the qualities we admire in our best athletes: skills as a player, dedication as a teammate, and integrity as a person. He was my coach and my advisor, but mostly he was my friend. Today, a part of the continent has broken off, and we are all left a little smaller. I know I am. I especially want to send my deepest condolences to Karen and the entire West family. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on Twitter. It's Jay and Whitey today on Sactown Sports. Drive Guys, we're going to look at this list here from CBS Sports of the rankings of the NBA coaching jobs. Let's get to Gary first on Sactown Sports. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Hello, Gary. What's up?
Hey, guys. I'm 70 years old, and when I
Sacramento
grew
weather
up,
is
I just love watching Jerry West.
Yeah.
And I think I take exception to what Kareem said. I think one of the reasons why Jerry was on the logo is Jerry had longer arms than his body size.
Uh-huh.
And when he had a jump shot, he had more extension than just about anybody else. That's why he never got blocked. And that's one of the reasons why he led the league in steals many years. And that's one of the reasons why he was all defensive for many years. The guy just, he was just incredible. And the other comment I wanted to make, Jay was making a comment that Scottie Pippen was a better all-around player than Michael Jordan, I think you need to look at how many years Michael Jordan was on the All-NBA defensive team and rethink that one.
That'd be 9.
Anyway.
Scottie Pippen was 10. So what's your point?
Well, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said Scottie Pippen had 10. Michael Jordan had 9. So what would be your point?
And so you're going to say that because Scottie Pippen had one more year on the all-defensive team that he's a better all-around player than Michael Jordan? Are you kidding?
No, I didn't. But first of all, I never said he was. I said I was making a case that Scottie Pippen could be considered a better all-around player. If you heard the interview with Jerry Reynolds said, is sometimes people are so great at certain things, you overlook their deficiencies. That's what we're saying. So I was just saying Scottie Pippen. But I mean, if we're going numbers, Gary, if we're going numbers, you want to talk about numbers because that's what you called up here to talk about. Scottie Pippen had 10, Michael Jordan had 9. So now what would you say?
Well, I would say that that's one more, but I would say that Michael Jordan was playing in a league at the time when the best scorers were always the 2 guard, and that's the guy he was covering all the time. And
I would say that's a negative. But Gary, I would say
I don't see it.
I would say, Gary, that's not true because Scottie Pippen would cover probably the best player opposite of what's going on. Second part of that is I would also say the best players in the league at the time probably were big men, considered big men. A lot of guys, when you go back to the early 90s and late 80s, big men were not a dime a dozen. A lot of the guys, Akeem Olajuwon, Shaquille O'Neal, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, you get what I'm saying? Like those guys weren't guarded by Michael Jordan. First of all, let me say this. I'm not saying Scottie Pippen is a better all-around player than Michael Jordan. Second part of it is Michael Jordan fans, Michael Jordan he did lose. He wasn't invincible. He wasn't the person that everybody makes Michael Jordan out to be. Like he lost a lot. He did take L's. He wasn't the champion every single year. He wasn't the guy that every single year, you know what? He's unstoppable. Michael Jordan is human. Like sometimes people talk about Michael Jordan as if he's Jesus himself of Nazareth.
He's human now, but he wasn't when he played.
No, that's not true.
Thank you, Gary.
That's not
Thanks
true.
for checking in. Yeah,
that's not true.
Yeah, you know, Gary. To Gary's point about Jerry West had long arms, and I mentioned how when my wife met him one time, she commented on how his hands were huge. But nowadays, if Jerry West came through the draft now, we'd all know what his wingspan was, right?
Of course,
this is one of the first things. Oh, Jerry West said, and then it's like, what? He's a guard. What does it matter what his wingspan is? So it's an interesting point.
And I'm all about wingspan.
I know you are. You are the wingspan.
I'm the wingspan
guy.
king.
Yeah.
Sign me up. I never got to see Jerry West play.
I can actually remember a little bit.
Really?
Yes.
What do you remember?
Just that he was a phenomenal. I didn't know much about the game then. Not that I know anything now, but just he was a great shooter, clutch player, and his teams were really good, and he was the best player on some great teams. And I can remember my earliest memories of basketball and falling in love with basketball is like Jerry West and the Lakers against Walt Frazier and the Knicks. And that's pretty, you don't realize when you just, what's on TV? And then, you decades later go, man, that was some of the best.
You only have 4 channels now. White, you only have 4 channels now. You stop.
Was it 4 or was it 3? I don't know if we had channel 44 yet. Did have the public TV, yeah. So it was like 4, yeah. You're right.
Come on, so you had to watch that. What else were you watching?
I remember as a kid, you're watching like this guy Lou Alcindor. It's like, he's really good, and you realize he might be the best ever, and it just happened to be the guy who was playing when as a kid. That's what I'm gonna miss about LeBron whenever he's done.
Yeah.
By the way, it was Lou Williams said today, I think LeBron's done after this year, but I've never been a LeBron
Lemon
fan.
Pepper Lou.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
He said, I was with Kobe in his last year, and this kind of reminds me of that. I don't know what that's based on, but he said, I think this is going to be his last year. But my point is,
ever.
Yeah, he thinks he's going to hang him up. I've never root for LeBron, but when he's gone, I'm going to miss him so much.
Yeah, dude's an absolute
so
animal.
much.
And as much as I jumped on Gary, Michael Jordan to whatever. If you like LeBron, you think he's 1, Jordan's 1B. If you like Jordan, he's 1, LeBron's 1B. I think we all can, now we've had people on this show come on here and say, nope, I like Kareem, Lou Alcindor. I think he's number 1. We've had people say Will Chamberlain. You know, it really goes off of your era, what you were able to see. I wasn't able to get to, like, I love Magic Johnson. A lot of why I love Magic Johnson is on film, though. I don't really remember Magic Johnson playing that much, you know, especially he didn't have a quick career, but by the time I was 5 years old, he was done, you know, 6 years old, he was out. I'm getting out of there. And so we have opinions. We definitely do. And that's what makes it great. You know, that's what makes it fantastic. That's what makes who's the greatest ranking lists, you know, all these different things. Like, I know we're going to talk about the head coaching list, you know, in the NBA right now, but that's what makes it fun. It's interesting, you know, where you talk about LeBron and talk about Jordan and stuff sometimes, though. What for me is when you talk about LeBron, more people have negative tones. Like, excuse me, not let me correct that. More people can create negative tones about LeBron. When you talk about Jordan, though, like if you say anything about Jordan, and we've had this conversation on the show, it's like, oh, no way, no how. Like,
yeah, it is interesting.
Yeah, like Jordan was getting smoked in the beginning. Now, no matter what, if you know, people, the argument to that is, well, he was putting up 60 and you still was getting your doors blew off. I mean, how many times have we had the conversation? And I'm not saying this attributes to that, but how many times have we heard a good player on a bad team? Your stats going to show a little bit better, right? The Pistons, you ask people from the pit, they laughing. Jordan, man, come on, man, stop playing. You ask Magic, you ask Bird, well, Jordan didn't win nothing until we left. You know, so, and I always find it interesting when you talk about Michael Jordan. It's like you can't say anything wrong about him. Like he, you know, he's Moses. He parted the Red Sea. Like, but when you talk to, I think we had a story about Will Chamberlain. And Wilt at the 75th anniversary told Jordan, hey, man, they changed the game for me.
Yeah.
To stop me. They changed the game to help you.
Well, just think if it won't happen, but just think if LeBron leaves for, say, 2 years, then he comes back and plays for the Wizards, how ridiculed he'd be. Jordan did that, and it's like people just pretend it didn't
never happened.
And he wasn't terrible, by the way, but it's like people pretend they just like, yeah, we don't count that.
Go get them 17s. That's in the briefcase. Go get them Jordan 17s that come out in the briefcase.
One of the things I always think about when I think of Jordan, though, and not what a great player he was, but just his influence. They were playing. This would have been, you know, one of their runs to the championship. They had those six. I'm not sure which. I think it was on the back end. But they're playing the Knicks in one of those playoff games, and it was a Friday night. Oh, the NBC, Bob Albert, and we go. Well, we ordered Chinese food, and I went to pick it up at this restaurant.
You know that? You remember that?
Yeah.
It's great.
And the restaurant, unfortunately, not there anymore. It burned down. But anyway, man. I remember going to pick it up on the Friday night, and there was a woman there that worked there, and she was she was, you know, Chinese woman at the Chinese restaurant who struck me as being actually from China because your English wasn't great. She was really Chinese. Reason I remember that is because when the game came on, you know, I had to wait for my order. She sat down and she was glued to the TV.
Watching that MJ.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I just noticed, I thought, wow.
Yeah.
This guy just
bonafide star
has a hold on people.
Oh, he does, man. And again, I pick fun at the fact of, you know, first of all, you could probably tell I'm not mesmerized by Michael Jordan. Dude I think LeBron's the greatest. But again, I would, from the beginning to the end, I've seen LeBron. Jordan, I didn't see the early years. I listen to what people say. I do the research. I read. I hear guys who come on this show and talk about, you know, who were in the game earlier than Jordan. They respect Jordan as being prime example. Mario Ellie comes on this show and he's like, for my money, Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Because I played against him. He was my era. Blase. We have, can't remember who we had on 2-3 weeks ago. And they're like, for my money, it's probably Kareem. You know, we got to see him play. I got to see him play a little more. He's my era. You know, how do we forget about that? Right. Yeah. And so that's part of the conversation. It'll never be a consensus now, especially now that LeBron is here, because it depends on what you are able to see from your own eyes.
Yeah. And because you watch the players, and on some level, there's an emotional trigger.
Yes.
And that actually clouds your judgment. And so,
Yes.
who was the greatest was so-and-so. And, you don't want to just be all numbers, but we get emotionally attached to that moment. He's the best because I saw him do this, and I'll never forget that moment, which is great, and that's your moment. But does that mean he was the best, really? I don't know. So the best answer to that question, who's the best ever, I think Jerry Reynolds gave it one of the recent times he was on the show. He said, I have 30 people in my top 10.
Yeah.
I was like, that's what I'm doing. Yes, me too.
It's
From now
hard.
on. Yes.
Isn't it? But it's with any conversation, and this is what's surprising, and it for the LeBron situation, and we're going to have this conversation probably within the next couple of years if we listen to what Lemon Pepper Lou was talking about, and maybe coming up after this year. I truly believe LeBron catches a lot of negative flack because we're in the era in society of social network where we feel, fans, media, whatever, feel as if we're closer to LeBron because we get to see the inside things of LeBron's life. We get to see him post a video outside with him and his son and their friend shooting basketball, and he's talking about, man, your jumper is broke, son. Your jumper ain't it. And then soon he picked up the ball, he hit 4 in a row. If we would have saw that with Jordan, to me, there would be a lot of people who wouldn't believe that Jordan is invincible. Like when you have those conversations with Jordan, and I'm just saying Michael Jordan now, look, influential, what he's brought to the game, outside of the game, people losing their lives over his tennis shoes, like those things, unfortunately, cannot be argued. What he's brought to the game completely, I'll take no argument. You're not going to hear anything from me. But on the basketball court, a bit in between these lines where we're having conversations and debating and, having a conversation on who I think is the greatest, Jordan got some negative to him. Let's be real. Like, we have to get over that. And I'm not saying Gary, he's the person that brought to the table. When you talk to Jordan fans, though, Whitey, you just get like, this guy's never done nothing wrong in his life. And I'm like, stop it. Like, when you hear other people, and that's why it's great to hear guys come on and be like, well, Will Chamberlain told Michael Jordan straight to his face, you ain't better than me.
That was Cedric Maxwell.
That's who said it. And said Maxwell said for his money, maybe Kareem. So it's interesting to hear guys who are Mike Jordan's peers who played before him.
Don't call him Mike. We don't call him Mike.
And well, I'll call him Mike J. The second Mike J, behind the real Mike J. Now, okay, look, I'm gonna turn up some Jordan fans today. They gonna hate me.
You go Michael B. Jordan?
No, I'm talking about Michael Jackson.
Oh, okay.
The man, the myth, the legend, as they will call him.
Yeah.
The true Michael J. Now I'm playing. But I just think with Jordan, understanding, hearing me out, he didn't win without Pippen. It took him some time. The two legends that were running the league walked off. They were done. They were hurt. Unfortunately, some things happened to Magic. There's some conversation to be had. We can't just push it to the side like Mike J is Moses. Even though he may be, Abraham.
I assume you're talking about Moses Malone.
No, I'm talking about the man that parted the Red Sea.
Yeah, but Moses Malone was a better offensive rebounder than Moses.
Allegedly. You don't know that, though, because, again, that wasn't your era.
That's true. As some people think it was, but nope, not quite. The number one coaching job in the NBA is, what do you think? Next, Sactown Sports.
On Vapes talks a lot about the technology and teen use, but parents need to know more about the dangers of nicotine. So know this. 1. Nicotine is a poison that can rewire teens' brains. 2. It can increase mood swings. 3. It can limit attention and learning. So even when it comes in new tech, nicotine is brain poison. Go to undo.org for more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Capital Casino has been serving the greater Sacramento area in the same convenient downtown location for over 20 years, with plenty of close-by, well-lit parking monitored by security staff and offering the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Best food, best service, and the best action. That's Capital Casino. For more information on tournaments and gaming, check out their website at capital-casino.com. And please remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Coach Doug Christie here to remind you, if you're in the market for a new car, shop Folsom Lake Kia. Low interest rates, low payments, and zero down deals with approval of credit. Folsom Lake Kia, over 25 years, right here in Folsom.
I remember as if it were yesterday. I reached down to move a nightstand and was astonished at the weight of the piece. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At that moment, I instantly recognized the difference between Naturewood's quality furniture that will last a lifetime versus lesser quality furniture found elsewhere. Now, I suppose there's a huge difference in what you'd put in your first apartment and what you would live with in the comfort of your own home. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings Made in USA sale is a great time to fill your home with solid, superior quality furniture to reflect your own love for life. With brands like Sam Moore, Stanton, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and many more, Naturewood Home Furnishings has tables, chairs, couches, and, yes, nightstands, and more at their Made in USA sale. Find furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRE3 Weather Center. Skies will stay clear through the night tonight. Our overnight lows will drop down into the upper 50s with the help of a good Delta breeze, and that breeze will keep highs in the upper 80s during the day tomorrow. Get the latest forecast on the KCRE News and the KCRE3 app.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at American Energy. Now, I've told you this before, but this is what we call extending a good deal. Right now, American Energy Heat and Air is offering an HVAC diagnostic for $99. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Never mind. They're offering it free. It's a $99 value, but you get it for $0. Let the American Energy team test your system connections and all the moving parts of that system to ensure that it's functioning properly. Now, this is a limited time offer. Call today to schedule your appointment at 916-520-9990. Speak to the company that has an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau that's been making the greater Sacramento area proud since 1981. 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990.
Tiger Woods swinging. What do you think of Tiger's shot here at the U.S. Open? Teeing off tomorrow, Jay. Tiger Woods swinging. Think Tiger's going to give us anything to remember about this?
That'd be no.
Anything?
No, sir.
Make the cut? No. That'd be a monumental
Make the
accomplishment.
cut. That's close. Ooh,
that'd be big time. I don't.
Yeah, North Carolina.
You know, that's one thing. I don't think I've ever seen anybody in any sport more dominant than Tiger was at his prime. It's like he just always won.
Yeah.
You know, in any sport, you compare him to Michael Jordan and Tiger Woods. It was like a force of nature. He was going to win.
Yeah.
I'm
trying to think of someone. Yeah, that was just. I mean, you got to almost look at it. He wasn't perfect, but you got to look at people who just took very few losses.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Floyd Mayweather.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of somebody that's
either Nadal or Djokovic, but
but they kind of faced each other.
Yeah.
And that's the tough part about it. Like Djokovic, Nadal, and Federer, they all were
Federer,
Federer and Nadal, and then Djokovic joined the team later. Serena was very you know who it is? Simone Biles. Simone Biles is entering that atmosphere of if she takes gold again here coming up this year, and what we were looking at about a month and a half or so.
Yeah.
A month or so. She's got to be close, doesn't she?
Yeah, I think so.
9-time all-around world. I mean, 9 times.
In his prime, Michael Phelps.
Yeah. Yeah, he was
Not
dominant,
a fan, but
very
again,
dominant.
just the guys and women at the top of their game were like, well, they're going to win.
Yeah, like there was no question. And if he even got close, you're like, ooh, that was close.
Remember, I'm sure maybe you don't remember, because it might have been a little before your time, born in 83, when Mike Tyson lost to Buster Douglas. That was like, there's no way that happened. That could not have happened.
Yeah.
Because he was so dominant. Tyson was.
The problem with Tyson, though, and this is now that we've gotten to see it, he had a lot of out of the ring situations.
Of course he did, but we just didn't realize that at the time. But yeah, of course. But at the time, it's like, who's Buster Douglas?
I know. Buster Douglas didn't even know Buster Douglas could beat Mike Tyson.
Here we go with this list here. Thank you, Jay pointed this out. CBSSports.com, and the author is a gentleman by the name of
Sam Quinn.
Sammy Quinn. Sammy Quinn. And he ranks, now that Dan Hurley has turned down the Lakers, he ranks all the coaching jobs based on how stable is ownership, how involved is it in basketball decisions, has ownership proven willing to spend, how stable is the front office, how much job security does a typical coach with this team have, how talented is the roster, how well-positioned is that roster for long-term success. So you saw the list, right? Do you agree with the number one team on here?
It was, let me pull it up.
That's all right.
Wasn't the Celtics, right?
Celtics are 2. It goes OKC.
That's right, OKC.
Boston, Denver,
San
Antonio, and Dallas are the top 5.
Where's the OKC at, though?
Just because they're so young and they have this young coach and they've pretty much let him do what he wants, and they're on the rise and they have so much draft capital. So it looked like they're young enough where there's not a ton of expectations on the coach, but they have enough draft capital where there's every reason to think they're going to get better. They have more draft picks literally than any other team in basketball. And then the other thing is their GM, Sam Presti, has not fired a coach since 2015.
You got stability.
Yeah.
That's what you're telling me.
Boston, I'll tell you what I really appreciate about Boston is that after last year that they stuck with old Joe Mazzulla. You know, when they lost to the Heat
with old Joe,
it would have been very easy to say, yeah, he's not the guy.
Get rid of Joe.
And they stuck with Joe, and here they are on the threshold of another championship. We'll see about that. Denver, 3rd, San Antonio. Obviously, you'd love to be there.
Those 2 are givens.
Mm-hmm. Dallas,
5th. I can see that. It's a given because Carlisle jumped from there, and then Jason Kidd. Like that's, you got stability. Cuban's got the money, even though he's not the owner. But yeah.
6 through 10, Knicks, Magic.
That surprised me a little bit
because the ownership so flighty historically.
Yeah. MSG, they like to move on some things.
Yes.
The best thing they had prior to this past year was the Sphere coming in Las Vegas. MSG, they own that.
Yeah. James Dolan has kind of stayed out of the GM's way since he hired him in 2020. So I think this list is considering that, okay, maybe James Dolan's not as involved. Orlando Magic, young up-and-coming team. Philadelphia, Miami, and the Memphis Grizzlies. Ooh,
yeah,
scare me.
The Miami I thought would be a lot higher. I truly thought Miami would be a top 3, top 4. Everybody loves Spoelstra. Pat's been there forever.
The Heat have had as many coaches in this century as the Bucks have had in the past 2 seasons.
That's Adam Simon is their executive, right? So I just thought they would be higher. Like stability. When you talk about stability,
right?
You talk Spurs, you talk Miami Heat.
Yeah, that's a good point. The Memphis, Minnesota, Indiana 12, Pelicans 13. Now, didn't you think by now we might be getting close to the Kings?
I figured they'd probably be in that back teens. They'd be outside the lottery.
14, Golden State
Which
Warriors.
was surprising. I thought they'd be a little higher.
Yeah, I think because they're just up against some tough cap situations here, but they do have a ton of money coming in. Yeah. Limited by the obviously the CBA, but they have a ton of revenue coming in. Cleveland 15, Utah 16.
Come on now.
Houston 17.
We're getting a little disrespectful here.
Milwaukee 18.
Getting a little disrespectful. Didn't they just change their coach midway through the season?
Yes. And the 19th best coaching job in the NBA, according to CBS Sports, Sacramento Kings.
The Jazz. We just had Tony Jones on of The Athletic for the Jazz. The Jet. He doesn't even know where and he's locked and loaded. He's almost on the right side of Danny Ainge.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't even know what the Utah Jazz are even aspiring to be.
I set him up.
Yes.
Like, hey, they're going to, how close are they? They look like they're poised to do some things. Nah, not really.
Nah. And you can have
tough.
everybody beside Laurie Markkinen just call. That's what he basically said. Then you got the Bucks, who had 2 different coaches this year, and Doc Rivers. You don't know what he might jump back to announcing, on television. You don't know where that's going. And then on top of that, this was Ime Udoka's first year in Houston, and they didn't even make the play-in.
Whoever the gentleman who wrote this says of the Bucks, this team has another year or 2 left max. And then he says, at that point, it becomes one of the NBA's worst jobs.
Hey.
But for now, with Giannis and Dame and Middleton and Brook Lopez.
Take this 18.
Yeah. So number 19, Kings. Few teams have been as volatile from a coaching perspective as the Kings. But they point out that
now you judging me on my history, Whitey. Whitey, they judging us on our history, not our present.
Yeah, they're going back to Michael Malone lost his job because of a losing streak that came when Cousins had viral meningitis. Jaeger lost his job despite posting the best season the Kings have seen in over a decade. But they say that, look, they got 2 young stars, both in their 20s. The upside here, what do you think of this? Is this fair, Jay? The upside here in Sacramento is somewhat limited. Fox and Sabonis are all-stars, but not the sort of top 10 players that typically carry champions. The rest of the roster would have to be flawless to seriously contend. That's a tough needle to thread.
Real hating, man. That's like an art form. Dude's hating. And Sam Quinn, he's been on this network.
Never again.
He's hating. We're going to have to get Sam on because I got a bone to pick with him. He's picking
first
us
I have
apart.
To lift his lifetime ban from being on the station.
Okay,
lift it, okay, whatever.
Let me take back. I understand. If you don't want to give him the clear and pass, you don't want to let him come on the yellow brick road, that's fine. I'm not going to argue.
Yeah.
He has valid points with the history of the Sacramento Kings. He starts off first sentence is volatile. Yeah, they've been very volatile when it comes to securing coaches. Like you said, Mike Malone talked about Dave Yeager having posting the best season.
He links that to your point. He links that to what just happened with Mike Brown. But hey, that's all settled now. It seems as though Ron Adive considers coaches to be somewhat disposable.
Yeah, the upside here is somewhat limited.
Yeah,
but he also says the Kings have their picks to work with.
Yeah,
it's tough, man. And
this is one of those have it any way you want it things where you can, whatever happens later, you can go, see, I told you.
Just kind of go down the middle of the road.
Whether it goes good or bad. Yeah, see, I told you. Lakers 20, Clippers 21, Nets 22, Raptors 23, Suns 24, Charlotte, Pistons, Portland 27, Hawks 28, Wizards 29, Chicago Bulls, bottom of the list.
Man, Billy Donovan. Oh.
I'd rather coach them than Washington or Charlotte.
Because of the nostalgia, the mystique of Michael Jordan and his fans?
No, just because I think they're better positioned to be semi-relevant.
What's interesting is the Pistons are 3 from the last, and they're paying Monty Williams a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of money.
Way more than they should have.
Wow. I will say this. What I took from
if they keep them.
Yeah, well, that's true. I took from the point of what Sam Quinn is saying, and it kind of, when you look in the mirror, Whitey, it definitely makes you think, because we've been struggling on this show the last 2-3 weeks of, it's like, oh, what side of the fence can the Kings fall on?
Mm-hmm.
And when I read that, just what you said, a lot of what he was saying is kind of like middle.
Yeah.
The middle ground, the gray area. It's a gray area.
This isn't good. This is really good. This is terrible. So,
and isn't that kind of what we've been discussing the last 3 or 4 weeks? Great things. We got DeMontis and he's locked up. And okay, don't let Mike Brown go now. Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, we got Mike Brown. Oh man, we need Malik Monk. We're in the gray with Malik. Oh my goodness, the 13th pick. You want Tristan Da Silva. Drapes wants Dalton Connect. I want Cody Williams. Like, it's right in the middle for everything, and it just made me feel the same way, which I've been feeling the last 3 weeks. Like, I have no clue
I keep
what
going
the
back
Kings are
to,
going to do.
you mentioned earlier that we haven't heard anything from Monty. The last time we heard from him, I think the comments are still on the homepage of our website. And he talked about the urgency that the Kings have this offseason. And I believe that they feel that, and the fact that we haven't heard anything, I think that's a good sign. And I think they know that everything is kind of right now hanging in the balance. And I think they're going to do some things. We'll see if they work out, but I don't think we're going to be sitting here going, wow, they decided to stand pat. I don't think that's an option. I think they know that. By the way, how about this from Megadeth Night? I remember Buster Douglas well before that Tyson fight. I thought Buster wasn't going to be easy for Tyson, but obviously didn't expect the outcome. How about that?
Who said that?
That's Megadeth Night.
Oh, man. That dude, man. Let me talk to Megadeth Night before we get out of here, talk about a few more fights.
When we come back, no quiz today, but one of baseball's most infamous no-hitters remembered in Whitey's Wayback Machine. Got to talk about this next on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Mark Finan in the KCRE3 Weather Center. Skies will stay clear through the night tonight. Our overnight lows will drop down into the upper 50s with the help of a good Delta breeze, and that breeze will keep highs in the upper 80s during the day tomorrow. Get the latest forecast on the KCRE News and the KCRE3 app.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia for special offers right now. I'm Coach Doug Christie urging you to visit my friends at Folsom Lake Kia and save big on your next new or certified pre-owned vehicle right now. Visit FolsomLakeKia.com.
Carmichael Dave here, reminding you this Father's Day, you can make your backyard the ultimate retreat with Amy's Outdoor Living, your grilling headquarters. See the new Red Hot barbecue brands Napoleon and Rectech. Napoleon grills, perfect gas, perfect infrared grilling, built to last. And those Rectech pellet grills, they're built like a tank and offer the #1 rated grilling app. Now, Amy also features Weber, Big Green Egg, and Traeger gas and pellet grills like I have, and the Gosney professional pizza ovens. Guys, I threw my old pizza oven out. I got the Gosney in my backyard. It is so awesome to do pizza at home with the family. Free setup and delivery on $3.99 and over purchases. Save 40% off selected in-stock patio furniture and umbrellas. Visit their clearance center in the Sacramento store for scratch and dent savings. Amy's Outdoor Living, El Camino near Watt, and inside Amy Ace Hardware in the El Dorado Town Center.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So I just went to Kohl's to shop their first ever customer appreciation event. And now I'm here to spill the details. Because I'm a Kohl's card holder, I got an extra 30% off. Or if you're a rewards member, you get 20% off. Even non-members can save with 15% off. And as an added bonus, Kohl's also has great prices on Father's Day gifts, like top activewear, Sephora cologne, grilling gear, and more. So what are you waiting for? Don't miss out. Hurry to Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end June 16th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
The United States Open Golf Championship brings together the best golfers on the earth for the coveted trophy. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It seems to me that the U.S. Open and Naturewood Home Furnishings have much in common, as Naturewood brings together the highest quality brands and furniture made right here in the United States. And in this case, the winner is you. When you visit Naturewood, you'll be amazed at the gallery of superior furniture available for your lifestyle, for your decor, for your home. With brands like Sam Moore, Stanton, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and many more made in the USA selections, you're sure to find the perfect piece you've been searching for. Naturewood is proud to bring you U.S. Open updates on this station and proud to offer you the finest furnishings available. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley is coming to town.
Hey y'all, this is Dirk Bentley.
Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends.
This is Bonnie. Take my hand, let me make you mine.
Hey, it's Dasha. Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets before they sell out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by Hyatt Vacation Club and Xfinity.
Around
So
Pistons like MJ.
We have no quiz today, but I have one thing that happened on this date that we have to reference. June 12th, 1970.
Ooh.
Doc Ellis. Do you know the Doc
The
Ellis?
Doc.
Yeah. Doc Ellis no-hit the San Diego Padres 2-0 in the first game of a 2-game doubleheader at San Diego Stadium while reportedly under the influence of LSD.
Mm-hmm.
Doc Ellis's famous LSD no-hitter happened on this date in 1970. Here's the story. After the Pirates had flown to San Diego on Thursday, Doc Ellis says he visited a friend in Los Angeles and used LSD 2 or 3 times. Thinking it was still Thursday, he took a hit of LSD on Friday at noon.
Yeah.
And his friend's girlfriend reminded him at 2 that, hey, you're pitching tonight. So Doc Ellis was like, oh, yeah, it's Friday. He flew from LA to San Diego in the afternoon, arrived at the stadium at 4:30 for a game that started at 6:05. He said he threw the no-hitter despite being unable to feel the ball or see the batter or catcher clearly. He also said his catcher, Jerry May, wore reflective tape on his fingers. That helped him see the signals.
Who's his catcher?
Jerry May.
Oh, okay.
He walked 8 hitters and he struck out 6, had a couple of nice plays behind him. Doc Ellis said, I can only remember bits and pieces of the game. I was psyched, had a feeling of euphoria. I was zeroed in on the catcher's glove, but I didn't hit the glove too much. I remember hitting a couple of batters and the bases were loaded 2 or 3 times. The ball was small sometimes. The ball was large sometimes. Sometimes I saw the catcher. Sometimes I didn't. Sometimes I tried to stare the hitter down and throw while I was looking at him. I chewed my gum until it turned to powder. They say I had about 3 to 4 fielding chances. I remember diving out of the way of a ball I thought was a line drive. I jumped, but the ball wasn't hit hard and never reached me. That's what he says. He said he had never used LSD during the season again. He did say he typically pitched on amphetamines. And after the story was made public, he said he regretted it because it robbed him of his greatest professional memory. I've pitched a new hitter,
Man,
but I don't remember
it.
Yeah. And I know that Doc Ellis was on, what was that? Was it HBO Real Sports, I think? And he told this story. There are some that say it didn't really happen. I know that
it really happened. What? That he wasn't partaking in? Okay.
Yeah, there's a couple one writer says, who wrote for the Pittsburgh Press, he broke the story in 84. He said, I believe it. There's another guy who was a beat writer, and he says he was practically lived with the team that year, and he said there was nothing unusual about him that day. I talked to one of his teammates once, a guy from Sacramento, who said, and he loved Doc Ellis. He said Doc was on something that day, but he said he wasn't on marijuana. Excuse me, he wasn't on LSD. Pardon me. Yeah. So we're still not sure what the deal was, but Doc Ellis said it happened, and it's a great story. So I have a feeling that it's going to go down in history.
My question is, how do they know if they weren't with him? First of all, he was from L.A. Doc Ellis was from L.A.
Yeah.
And so no doubt he was, in L.A. messing around with some of his friends, buddies, pals, something like that. How would they know?
Good point.
Were they with him?
Yeah. All I know is when I talked to one of his teammates said, he didn't say, he might have been. He just said, no. He said he was on something, but it wasn't LSD.
Well,
so I don't know.
Okay, so what's something? He was under the influence of something?
He's, it's going to, the story lives on.
Yeah, you got it.
It's too good of a story.
And Doc is fortunately no longer with us. But yeah, I mean, no hitter. That's what he threw. How about that?
Sometimes I could feel the ball. Sometimes I couldn't. I know that feeling. We're back with you tomorrow. Thanks for being with us. Stick around. Infinity Sports Radio is next right here on Sactown Sports.